Previously on Best Ball Breakfast. Good morning. The nose hair looks great. My 100th Best Ball Mania 5 draft. This year's Justin Jefferson is AD Mitchell. I feel pretty strongly Greg Dortch is good at #football. Davis Maddock posted a screenshot that got retweeted by Big Cat. God, I take it back. Davis is fucking the Brian Windhorse, the shams of fantasy football. Nick says, Pete, we're finding out that Davis himself got tricked and posted it. I'm going to hold the L right here. I told them, can we copyright the word breakfast? And they said no.
I see it. Come on, chat.
Pete, I think you're muted there.
They knew he was a good blocker.
I think you're muted. Is Pete muted, chat?
Is Pete muted, chat? Hopefully not, because we are off to the races with another Best Ball Breakfast. We got 4 Best Ball Mania 5 drafts on tap today. You guys know the drill. I'm going to do a solo draft here to kick things off. Then we're going to have RotoViz's Shawn Siegele swinging by for a draft. Then Pat Kerrane from Legendary Upside, our BBM 3 champ. And then today, our special guest is the BBM 2 champ, Chess Liam. Going to be a fun one. We got all kinds of stuff to discuss based on preseason week 1, usage notes, injuries, those ramifications, fallout from all of those games. Going to be a fun one. Buckle up. It's best ball breakfast. My slow draft rooms are so much different than my streamed drafts.
Does no one realize Underdog's half-point PPR? Idiots.
Damn, bro. You know ball. Hope you guys packed your bags. I packed my bags. No, I mean, I literally packed my bag. She kicked me.
Dude, Star Method's legit. Only way to max out every contest in a plus EV way. Week 17, you still gotta get there, bro.
We have a finite sample. We only have so much samples. Is it negative EV to stream all your drafts? We just don't know. All right, GMs, says Tyler, says the home season stretch. We got to stay hydrated. And I won't read the rest of that. No, if you want more Tyler, you got to check out the randomizer from Thursday night. We had a lot of fun there. Tour de force performance from Tyler. Many are calling it an instant classic, a Hall of Fame episode. So go check that out. And yeah, it is the home stretch here. I was looking at my calendar. I believe there's only 4 more Best Ball Breakfasts. And I think probably we'll have to see what's in the lobby after Labor Day. I think ideally I would set something up on Tuesday, a final one. We'll just have to see how that breaks. But yeah, this is it's getting down to the nitty gritty here. And I'm excited to land this plane, so to speak. Make sure we don't drop the baby with these final Best Ball Breakfast drafts. The people are begging for the coffee. Who am I to say no to that? Let's go ahead and do it. All right. A nice gentle pour to ease us in to our morning here. AJ in Carolina is feeling pressed for time. I know a lot of people were feeling pressed for time in the contest that Underdog dropped over the weekend. What was it? The German Shepherd? It was a 20 max fast only. I didn't get a single draft in. I was like, oh, maybe I'll be able to get one in tonight or something if I have some extra time. Nope. It filled. It would look like a fun contest. So congrats to anyone who got entries into that. Here, what do we got going on in the chat? Starkindler says, GM to everyone except Malik Neighbors' foot. I will say, like right before I went live, I think we got pretty good news because Brian Dable said Neighbors is considered day-to-day with an ankle, which, God, hearing day-to-day is music to my ears. Like many of you, I was getting tagged and notified about that scary situation with him limping off of the practice field yesterday. So I think Neighbors will be all right. Dable, here's another quote, said Neighbors is sore, so they'll back off from him, said he's day-to-day. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. I realize we're all on high alert with our bags right now as we enter this time that's like both exciting to see the preseason usage, but also very scary as injuries do mount up and they do continue to happen, right? We had the Josh Downs stuff. Then over the weekend, we get the Marquise Brown, we get the, Marshawn Lloyd with the hamstring. So it is a reality of this. And it's tough, I think, from a best ball portfolio perspective, because it's like, do you buy the dip on these guys you like? I'm in both sides of them. Like I wasn't drafting any Hollywood Brown. It's like, wow, do I maybe now get some Hollywood Brown when he gets really cheap? I had been drafting a ton of Marshawn Lloyd. It's like, do you, if he falls a good bit, are you just stopping because you don't want to have any more? Or do you keep packing those bags as the prices go down. That was definitely the spot I was in a little bit with Kendre Miller. I'm sure we can try to see what the new prices are like in the draft room today. Tim says his biggest weekend takeaway was that Bo Nix should be going several rounds higher on Underdog, not going to smash, but will definitely give you weeks that help you win. Yeah, I mean, of all of those rookie quarterbacks, and it seemed like every single one of them had a pretty good preseason debut. JJ McCarthy impressed. Drake May and Jane Daniels got pretty limited action. Daniels had that beautiful throw down the sideline. But yeah, Nix looks like what we hope he would be, right? Which isn't some, physical specimen with all of this, arm talent and rushing ability, but just running a competent offense. And, that's been the thesis with the Denver running backs too. Like if this guy can just check down, get the ball to these running backs and move the chains, that'll be pretty serviceable from a fantasy perspective. So I agree with you there. GMs, general manager. Christian's grabbing his coffee here. Willis is driving home from a long weekend and needs this to help him push through. We got you, Willis. Let's see here. Pete on the 65 GM. I know I'm trying to catch up with all of these GMs here. What do we got? People talking about Jordan Whittington in the chat. I know he continues to get hyped up here. It's so funny too. It's like, lightning will never strike twice in the same spot, right? Like if Jordan Whittington is this year's late round wide receiver a year after the Puka Nacua, that would be pretty incredible there. What's up, Alex? I haven't seen you around these parts in a while. I have a lot of drafts to get in over the next couple of weeks. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I wrote about this in the PO box over the weekend, where someone asked me last week on Best Ball Breakfast, and I kind of expanded on it. And that's my personal newsletter I do. It's the PO Box newsletter, completely free. I drop it in your inbox every Friday. There's a link in the show notes if you want to check it out. But someone had asked me if I get draft fatigue. And I basically refuse to acknowledge that as a premise. And I understand there's this completionist mindset. These contests pop on Underdog and then they fill. We all have these like arbitrary thresholds in our head of like, I want to get to X amount of drafts, or I want to get to the 250 threshold for the rakeback program and all of this. But I will just like caution everyone, make sure you enjoy this. Like, don't let it be like, oh, fuck, I got to get in 500 more drafts before the season ends. I just think that's like, this is supposed to be fun. And if you're starting to lament having to draft, if it feels like a chore, if it feels laborious, like, come on, like this, let's enjoy this a little bit. And the beauty about Underdog now is drafting is year round. I'm going to be doing a ton of stuff with the battle royales this season. I think it's going to be a super fun experience. I talked to Hope on Best Ball After Dark on Saturday night, or was it Friday night? Friday night. For those of you who are YouTube members, she was giving us kind of an inside peek on what is to come this season. And so my point is, between the resurrections, between battle royales, like, the drafting isn't going to stop. So I don't know. Don't take some of the pressure off yourself. Enjoy these drafts, savor them, get in the contest you want. Don't stretch your bankroll beyond your means, and let drafting remain fun. I guess that's my dad moment there for everyone here, as we all have to fight against this idea of needing to get in a certain amount of drafts. So there you go. I'll step down from my best ball pulpit here. Weekly winners filled. Yeah, that's the one contest that I entered slow drafts for. Like I just said, I had an OCD mindset, and I said I want to get to at least 50 weekly winners drafts. So I needed to enter about 20 slows to get there. Those are the only slow drafts I have going right now. All right, but I just hopped in a Best Ball Mania draft. This is what number is this? This is my 108th Best Ball Mania draft. I've been doing a few, let's see, I've been doing a few of these not for content, because I'm looking at my schedule too, and I'm like, okay, I am going to max BBM. I'm not doing them all on stream. So I've been doing a couple at night when I get a chance. So we are up to 108 now, but definitely wanted to save some bullets for this period here down the home stretch. It was kind of one of my goals this year, having missed out on taking advantage, I think, of a lot of the opportunities that pop up in August here. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated. I'm trying to get my screen up. I am on the clock with the Influencer 101. I promise I will get this board shared here in a second. Here we go. Influencer 101. I have now finally balanced out my CeeDee Lamb CMC, but I'm still in this friends and family draft. I'm going to take CeeDee Lamb here 101. I see Copper. I see Eris Arrow. I see Legend. I see B-Spurf, of course. Look at all these badge and JGFC. My God. All right. So we got a murderer's row here today. Let me get my stuff all situated. But yeah, last year, because I was streaming all of my drafts, I felt like I didn't like keep my head on a swivel enough as being able to take advantage of camp news. And part of that's just no excuse. Like, I need to be better. And then part of it is streaming with other people and, making sure that we're drafting the teams collectively like. But this year, I'm going to have my short list. I'm going to have my short list of scroll the F down players. I'm actually going to make a video about that for the Deposit Kingdom channel, probably in the next week or so. I want to collab with the Badge Bros on that, of like, when you get to the final rounds of your draft, who are the guys who have not been drafted in the majority of these contests, who now have a much better outlook than they did earlier in the season? Like, sure, could you have taken Andre Yoshivas in May? Yeah, but there was a lot more risk to that click than there is now. And then I think the other thing that's so interesting is in these circles, there's this idea that like Yoshivas almost feels like last week's news at this point. It's like, oh yeah, that was the flavor of the week last week. There's new stuff. But by the way, how this contest works, and because he wasn't getting drafted for almost all of May, June, and July, no matter how many times he gets drafted down the stretch, he still will not be more than like a 40 or 50% drafted player. And there's a pretty big edge in that. So I'm going to be trying to dial in a short list of those players and making sure I'm prioritizing them a little bit more, because it's super easy to get in that autopilot mode where you draft the same team over and over again. And I think the cleanest spot to start mixing up some of your bets is in those late rounds. And like a really good example of that might be the Broncos. I mean, you see the Tim Patrick usage. And I'm kind of grateful I wasn't drafting like a ton of Josh Reynolds. I was sprinkling him in a little bit, but it's like Tim Patrick, guys, seems like he might be on the menu again for late round targets. I know I don't want that to be the case as someone who drafts a lot of Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin. But Tim Patrick appears to be back, and he appears to be a big part of the Denver offense right now. That game from like a usage standpoint was pretty wild. I should also mention here, Dwayne McFarland has an awesome free piece up on Fantasy Life preseason week 1 instant recap, utilization, and usage takeaways. He goes through every single team and breaks down the usage. And Dwayne is actually going to be hopping on ADP chasing today. We have kind of a weird schedule because both Davis and Sam are out, but Pat is going to be on. Gretch is stepping in as a co-host, and then Dwayne's going to swing by as the guest. So if you guys are looking for a really good breakdown of all of the preseason week 1 usage notes, nobody is better at it than Dwayne. So I highly recommend checking out that episode here. Yeah, people talking about Braelon Allen, definitely very encouraging. I don't know if much has changed for Braelon Allen, other than him just further solidifying himself as the clear kind of number 2 there. All right, we are on the turn. We are looking at, we got Devon Achane, we got Kyren Williams here. I continue to want to pack some Devon Achane bags, so let's grab him as a running back, and let's grab a little bit more Mike Evans here. I guess we could always do the Devontae Smith. Maybe in this room, honestly, with as much as Jalen Hurts will sometimes fall, I don't know if Humble Legend will pull the trigger there. Let's do Devontae. I mentioned this with Pat. Like, I do like taking Devontae Smith. Not only do you get the correlation with CeeDee Lamb, but you do get the chance every once in a while of the room letting Jalen Hurts fall back to you. Although I'll tell you a room where Jalen Hurts didn't fall back to us. I have a new video up on the Deposit Kingdom channel. I've been doing that draft series where I invite guests on, and I have them fill out a questionnaire. What is your favorite structure? Who is your favorite player target? What's your favorite galaxy brain idea? Your favorite late round target? And then we hop in a draft and try to execute essentially their perfect draft. And sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes it works out. Like the draft I did with Jacob Sanderson, we were able to execute literally everything he wants to do in drafts in a cohesive, logical way where it happened organically. We didn't have to reach. So anyways, I had Fareed Shaheed on the channel and I posted that draft. I think it was late Friday night. And he told me his favorite player was AJ Brown in round 1. We drew the 101 and we both kind of just looked at each other. And I think he said, fuck it, let's just take AJ Brown 101. And so then we came back to the 2-3 turn. And I was kind of suggesting, should we just take Devontae Smith here and see if we can get Jalen Hurts to come all the way around? So we did. Jalen Hurts didn't come all the way around. In fact, I later realized it was my guy Babs from the Deposit Kingdom Discord in there had taken him. I don't know if he was willingly trying to snipe me or just scooping up some Jalen Hurts value, but that blew up our beautiful plan from the 101. But we recovered, and Fareed and I drafted a very fun team. And a lot of people have watched that video. The Deposit Kingdom channel has been gaining a lot of views lately. Up to 24,000 views this draft with Fareed. In the comments, guys, the comments are insane. The comments are absolutely insane. It is found a corner of fantasy YouTube, I guess that I knew existed, but I just had never encountered fully myself. And all I can say to you guys who are watching this stream, we're still so early. Based on some of the comments I'm seeing, guys, we are still so early. But I do recommend checking out that video and at the very least reading the comments. I think any of you who have been drafting best ball teams all summer will enjoy some of the comments over there. The most unhinged comment, someone told me that CJ Stroud wasn't a league winner last year. That was one of the comments. I'm like, I mean, if you guys want to like argue about zero RB or stacking, like, all right. But if you're going to try to tell me CJ Stroud wasn't a league winner last year, we have lost the goddamn plot. I'm telling you, this corner of the internet exists, guys. And we have found them over on the Deposit Kingdom channel. I don't even know what this means. Pete is the Steve Jobs of best ball. Do I need to get a turtleneck? I hope it's a compliment. I don't know if I have an eye for design quite like Steve Jobs. I don't really feel like a CEO either, but it's a provocative comp and I will take it because I believe he was a pretty successful at what he does. It's so funny. Pius asked, when are you getting Flock on for that? Soon. I have touched base with Mason and we're going to get Mason over there and excited to do a draft with him. I've been reaching out to a few guests. We're going to try to finish the season strong over on that guest channel. And as always, I've asked on those videos over there, let me know who else you guys would like to see do some of those drafts. And yeah, having a good time with it. Fareed is a very chill dude. Why is everyone freaking out about Cole Kmet? I'm one of them, Star Kindler, because he split snaps pretty evenly with Gerald Everett. And the combo of Shane Waldron coming over to Chicago after, overseeing a tight end committee, like the whole reason Noah Fant wasn't getting there is how Shane Waldron was rotating his tight ends. I think it's pretty concerning. I mean, we cannot survive tight end committees, especially when you're like the fourth or fifth option in the offense. Like it's a little different if you're Dalton Kincaid splitting some snaps with Dawson Knox, but I do think Cole Kmet should be a few rounds cheaper after what we saw in week 1. I think it's pretty concerning how much they like Gerald Everett. And this is like a career, consummate journeyman who's carved out time with Los Angeles, with the Chargers. I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting. Oh, we did it. Jalen Hurts comes back. We did it. I knew these badges would help me here. Thank you, team. Thank you, team. We're going to grab Jalen Hurts here. And then what do we want to do? Rashee Rice is really starting to come up. The combination of him potentially not getting suspended and Marquise Brown being injured. I'm torn here because I also like Etienne at this price a lot. But I think with the quarterback, I want to grab another wide receiver. Let's grab Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice is probably going to end up what? As like, could he be early 4th round by the time this stuff closes? I'm going to try to pack a few more Rashee Rice bags here. So here's the team through the 4-5 turn. Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith, Devon Achane at running back, and then the other wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb and Rashee Rice. It's not collusion if I said it. This is the thing. You can't have it both ways. Either the streamer, see, I'm the most transparent streamer out here. I say I'm hoping that Jalen Hurts makes it back to me. With 12 badges in the room, I lay out my intentions, and no one wants him. Here's the same people who said that they got Trey McBride.
I got Trey McBride in the 9th round when the contest opened. I have a lot of 8th round Rashee Rice. Good luck beating those teams.
That same team probably has 6th round Marquise Brown, spurious. Good morning, Al. The best part of waking up is basketball breakfast in my cup. Yeah, I agree with this. If no suspension, Rashee could go around Flowers and Tank Dell. I think if we just knew, if you knew right now, if Roger Goodell came out and said, "Hey guys, how you doing?" I assume this is how he would start his press conference. Just want to let you know we had some time. Actually, don't think drag racing is that bad. In fact, we kind of encourage it. We're not going to suspend Rashee Rice at all. I think his ADP should probably be, let's look here. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think it should be right here next to Zay Flowers and Tank Dell. Probably ahead of them. It should probably be like Evans, Diggs, Rashee, Zay, Tank. Especially with the Marquise Brown stuff. So Hollywood Brown does go at 61, which I don't think is enough of a fall based on his injury and where he was going before. Where was Hollywood? I mean, his ADP is 61. So he needs to fall from there. Jeez, this is a heavy comment. The best part of waking up is not dying in your sleep. I guess when you put it that way, yes. Good morning, Snowman. Pat and Pete getting bailed out of an egregious Hollywood Brown fade. This is the thing. I never victory lap the injury stuff. Like when you victory lap stuff that's outside of your control, like when people were victory lapping, like having 0 Jordan Addison because he got a DUI or whatever, that is how you reveal yourself as the lowest common denominator best ball player. Like you are the equivalent of the people in my Deposit Kingdom comments telling me CJ Stroud isn't a league winner. Also, I don't know how that's getting bailed out. I mean, the whole point of the fading Hollywood Brown is because there are 3 other pass catchers on the Chiefs that you're really excited to draft. Not all of us can be Davis Maddock and just say we're going to, put a bet on every single number on the roulette board, the Chiefs roulette board. I need more Xavier Worthy, though, that's for sure. Xavier Worthy goes at 59 here. We are on the clock. Here's another guy I am going to smash here. We're going to grab Keon Coleman. Let's see what we want to do with this other pick. We're not going to do a quarterback. I don't like the kicking off this running back tier, the 0 RB tier with Kamara and Montgomery. So it really comes down to wide receiver or tight end. We could grab Evan Ingram, or we could grab Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas also having a pretty good preseason game there. You guys have seen me do a million tight end builds like this. No week 16. Let's go with, I want to get another wide receiver here. I want to grab Brian Thomas. Let me read you this usage note about Keon Coleman here. This one actually surprised me. Keon Coleman led the Bills with 100% route participation over the first 2 drives with the starters. He delivered a 27% target share. Dwayne said, I have Coleman projected for an 80% route participation this season. Granted, Matt Collins didn't play, taking away some of that work, but still an encouraging sign for the rookie. Like, the fact that Keon Coleman is out there every snap and then earning a significant target share. And again, super small sample size. I get it. But we see how much these rookies are slow played, especially the non-first round rookies. And this indicates to me the Bills have very big plans for Keon Coleman right now. All of the camp chatter is very positive. It sounds like he is much further along than his prospect profile would have indicated as far as being NFL ready. Josh Allen gassing him up left and right. I think he's a screaming buy right now and one of the more mispriced rookie wide receivers. It's kind of hard to be mispriced just because they all are mispriced priced up. But man, Keon Coleman looks like an absolute smash. He also made my short list of the 9 breakout wide receivers to target. He falls into a really interesting cohort. And I talk about this in the video, and I think I have it pinned here in the chat. Definitely check it out if you haven't yet. But the 2 main places we see wide receiver breakouts, which is defined as scoring more than 200 PPR points for the first time in a player's career, is from second-year players, second-year wideouts, and 21-year-old rookies. And 21-year-old rookies actually break out at a higher rate than even second-year breakouts. It's not quite the amount, the volume of them, because there aren't as many 21-year-old rookies. But the breakout rate relative to the number of them is the highest of any other cohort at wide receiver. And there's only 4 21-year-old rookies this year. One of them is Malik Neighbors. One of them is Keon Coleman. And you can watch the video to see the other 2 21-year-old rookies and then 5 other year 2 breakouts to be targeting in your drafts. So here's the team to start. We got the Jalen Hurts to fall all the way back to the 4-5 turn. We got Etienne as our anchor running back, and we got 5 wide receivers: CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Smith, Rashee Rice, and 2 rookies, Keon Coleman and Brian Thomas. And I'm already done with my first cup of coffee. This is what's funny about this. Cruz says Rome is definitely not underpriced. I think you could argue he's underpriced relative to the other rookies. I think he is underpriced if you just completely zoom out at how much it costs to get a top 10 overall draft pick on underdogfantasy.com. Through that lens, he is underpriced. I mean, he's definitely not in the same tier as like Harrison and Neighbors. There's a reason there's a gap there, but you can easily make the argument that Rome is underpriced. If the entire goal is playing for back-weighted production, players with his caliber, with his draft capital, are often smashes by the end of the season. Now, my bags don't fully reflect this. I'm more playing devil's advocate for you. I'm just like slightly above the field on Rome. And that's partly because I'm so high on Keenan. If it goes bad for Keenan, I think Rome is going to be a massive smash. But just as a top 10 overall pick, just making it as simple as possible, I think you can argue he is undervalued. Here's some usage notes for the Bears here. Keenan Allen didn't have a target with Caleb Williams, but played 100% of the dropbacks, including reps outside and 12 personnel. Allen played 47% of his routes from the slot, mostly when the team went to 11 personnel. DJ Moore posted a 63% route participation with Williams. Rome had a 50% route participation. And if Allen continues to get most of the looks in 2 wide receiver sets, it could dramatically impact Odunze's outlook, especially early in the season. And that's the rub there, right? Especially early in the season. Rome Odunze is a late season play. Obviously, when you grab a rookie in round 6 or 7, you're hoping for some early season production. I think you could still, I think the most likely case for Rome is you get a usable week or 2 early on, and then he really starts to cook at the end of the season. All right, let's see what we got going here. Jordan Love, Dak Prescott. I think we could, should we get, I'm looking at my quarterback options here. Do we just get Dak and just shut it down with these two? I guess the only other quarterback target would be Trevor Lawrence. I think we just lock up Dak here. There's no guarantees Trevor Lawrence is going to come back there. Let me just see what his ADP was. I already took him. Yeah, 118. So then I don't have to scramble to build out backdoor stacks. So then this looks like a running back or a tight end pick for me. I have just bags and bags of Chase Brown. I'm going to grab David Njoku. David Njoku is a guy I do not draft a lot, 3.6% here. I have some week 17 correlation opposite Etienne. I didn't get my usual elite tight ends that I like to grab. Let's use this as a spot to get David Njoku at ADP. Yeah, if there was like another screaming faller there, I'm trying to see what running backs, if Brooks comes, I'm not passing on Brooks there. If a guy like Jalen Warren or Zamir White fall all the way to 8-9, but I think I will like the running backs available to me at pick 120 and 121. So let's grab David Njoku here. So we're pretty much done at quarterback. Jalen Hurts and Dak. Two quarterbacks in the same week 17 game. That's a no-no. Still just got our one running back, Devon Achane. We got our 5 wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Smith, Rashee Rice, Keon Coleman, Brian Thomas, and our tight end, David Njoku. Catching up on the chat. Zach, yes, this is old news. We were talking about this about 4 months ago. Is there no regular season prize for BBM 5? I should be nicer. I know that we have a lot of people who are starting to tune in, starting to get plugged in for drafts, haven't been in the sicko mindset. But yes, Zach, there is no regular season prize for BBM 5. How do I feel about that? I am happy with that. Just don't ask me if I end up having the best team in the regular season this year that gets bounced in week 1. But no, to me, I play BBM 5 for the week 17 playoff prizes, life-changing money, and the way they shifted the prizes to have 20 people win 6 figures this year. 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th place winning 100,000. To me, it's so hard to get to week 17, right? We've done the math before, right? It's if you 150 max and you are an average drafter, so just assuming you advance an average amount of teams, you will make the finals a little over once every 8 years. Once every 8 years. So if I, in one of those 8 years, get to Best Ball Mania 5, I want to enjoy the hell out of that Sunday, that week 17. I want to have a legitimate sweat. And so what happened last year is there was a lot of money to first place to second place. Then it fell off a cliff, and a lot of the overall playoff prize pool got distributed to the regular season winners. And again, there's pros and cons to everything. I'm just telling you how I feel about it. When you wake up on week 17 in a structure like it was last year, you're really having to finish top 10 out of 400 plus entries to make money that is really exciting and potentially life-changing. This year, that bar has been lowered. The people who get to week 17 are going to wake up on that beautiful Sunday morning, and they are going to have more hope than they would have last year. And to me, that's what this is all about, having a 6-6 sweat in week 17. I don't really care about, min cash 10x, 15x from a regular season team. I'm not playing BBM 5 for an ROI bankroll booster. It is probably the worst possible contest to play if you're just trying to realize your edge and increase your ROI. You're playing for week 17. So I am happy to have all of the money back into the playoffs. And I know that is not necessarily a consensus opinion. I should also say, and I know I've referenced the Deposit Kingdom channel here a lot, but I have a lot of evergreen videos there if you guys are looking to just get caught up to speed. And I broke down the contest structure here. So I have a video about, is week 17 still all that matters? Because the flatter payout structures in BBM 5 now make week 16 more important. So we dig into that. I also have an overview video of how to attack Best Ball Mania in each specific month. So you can just go to the timestamp and hop to the August month if you want to get some tips. Have a video about the elite tight ends, my favorite picks in every round, those breakout wide receivers. So lots of evergreen stuff over there if you're looking to cram for drafting season. Mike drumming up some likes for me, over 650 people watching and not even 100 likes. Let's get some likes going. If you guys are new, you can subscribe to the channel. We do Best Ball Breakfast every Monday. We've been doing these 4-hour streams. We also have some other shows throughout the week, a couple more episodes of the randomizer. This week, my randomizer guest is Sam Sherman from ADP Chasing in ETR. Does great work over there. He is a contrarian hot take specialist, always willing to burst our bubbles on the players we're excited about. So we're cooking up some fun prompts for him. We will have lulls this week. Special Wednesday edition of Best Ball After Dark with Ryan Hodge because I am traveling this weekend. So we're going to squeeze that in on Wednesday. And we're about to pick here at the 10-11 turn. Let's see here. Definitely looking at a running back. I don't think I am going to entertain wide receivers in this range with my 5 here. I guess we could, Polk is here in this range. To me, this feels like a couple of running back selections. I do want to pull up Rico Dowdle. I think Rico is going to be a pretty big riser here. And this is, he has an ADP of 128. I'm picking at 120, 121. Really good news, I think, out of all of the reports with Dallas and how he's operating as their clear best runner. So we're going to grab him. And we also already have Dak Prescott as well. So just get this big bet on Dallas. And then let's see here. Probably going to take a rookie running back here, Blake or Trey Benson. Let's get a little bit more Blake Corum here. I'm not taking Gus. Was chilling out on Benson a little bit. I'm excited to talk to Shawn in the next block about Kyren Williams. He has a piece up about Kyren Williams on RotoViz that's really interesting. But I want to keep taking as much Kyren and Blake as I can. I actually considered Kyren at the 2-3 turn here. Ended up going with Etienne, who I still do prefer to Kyren, but starting to get more and more intrigued by this Rams backfield and kind of just want to have my cake and eat it too. Try to get some Kyren, try to get some Corum here. And so I get a third running back. And I think this team is shaping up. We got a 2-3-5-1, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott at quarterback, up to 3 running backs, Etienne, Rico, and Blake Corum. Wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Smith, Rashee Rice, Keon Coleman, and Brian Thomas, and tight end David Njoku. Seeing if Dwayne had written about the Cowboys yet. Doesn't look like that one has popped up. Did the Cowboys? Yeah, I guess the Cowboys write-up isn't up there. Any concerns about Matt Harmon's take that Keenan isn't good? I have not seen that take. That I guess my first take is I disagree. I didn't know that I was going to go out on a limb and have the contrarian take that Keenan Allen is good at football. I think Keenan Allen is very good at football. I laid out the case for Keenan in one of those best picks in every round video. I think Keenan is not only a very good pick, but a very good football player. I'll be brave enough to say it. I'll be brave enough to say it. Keenan Allen is good at football. What's up, BP here, a new YouTube member. If you guys are new to YouTube members, you get access to all of those Best Ball After Dark video series. Got lots of good feedback on the episode this past weekend with Hope. She talked a lot about the behind the scenes, what goes into how they think about contests and sizing and fill rates and what's to come here down the stretch, as well as in season. A really fun kind of peek behind the curtain and what her and Numi and the draft team are working on over there. So definitely check out that conversation. And if you haven't yet, you can also hop in the Deposit Kingdom Discord. there is a link down below. And then once you're a YouTube member, in the FAQ, there's instructions on how to sync your Discord account with your YouTube account. And then that will unlock the premium channels. And then I tip you guys off in there when I'm going to hop in these drafts. Parker's liking this team. Thoughts on Tyrone Tracy? Yeah, I mean, really encouraging. It was funny. It was like Eric Gray had the big game, but the actual usage was way more bullish for Tracy. Tracy started and handled 89% of the snaps with Drew Lock in the game. The rookie looked sharp with 5 attempts for 26 yards. It's a small sample, Dwayne says, but Tracy didn't sub out for short yardage and obvious passing downs. Tracy is a sleeper to target late in draft. So yeah, pretty encouraging usage there for Tyrone Tracy. He was definitely one of those guys, right? Early in the season where you're like, or early in the draft season where you're excited to draft him, you know, this really versatile, explosive player, but you're also like, he could just be a 0. It could be Eric Gray as the RB2 and Tyrone Tracy is relegated to RB3 and never sees the field on a so-so offense. That's within the range of outcomes. So getting that kind of data point that the team is already kind of trusting him in some of those situations is awesome. And you're not getting like a huge ownership discount on him. Like I won't call him a scroll the F down play because he was getting drafted throughout so much of the offseason, but he should definitely be in consideration for the end of drafts right now. All right, I'm about to pick at the 12-13 turn here. We see Cole Kmet is sliding a little bit. Not a surprise there. Nick Chubb sliding a good bit here. I think we'll probably just punt wide receiver again. This 12-13 turn feels pretty good here for running backs. I've been wanting to boost my J.K. Dobbins. He is someone that, even though he's gotten more pricey, I want to make sure I'm not missing the boat on that. So I am going to grab J.K. Dobbins here. Trying to see what else I would want to do with this pick. Allgeier doesn't have any correlations. I always like selecting Luke Musgrave. That's kind of interesting, but I think maybe we play. I think the play is we grab the 2 Dolphins running backs here. Jaylen Wright, definitely buried on the depth chart, had a really encouraging preseason. I think preseason debut over the weekend. I think the play on Jaylen Wright is almost as clean as it is with Blake Corum. Now, Blake Corum is like the cleanest contingent upside bet you can get. But I think Jaylen Wright is one injury away from being just an absolute smash in this offense. And I want to keep pairing him or taking him whenever I have bets on the Dolphins. Jaylen Wright entered the game in the 5th drive and played into the 3rd quarter. The 4th round rookie might be 4th on the depth chart right now, but he demonstrated big playability with 10 carries for 55 yards and a TD. So on this team where I feel like now I have Etienne, Rico, and Dobbins, some guys that I think are pretty safe bets for early season production. And then we'll take 2 big contingent upside swings with Blake Corum and Jaylen Wright. My producer, Nick, here says, thoughts on my honeymoon being during week 17. What do I do if I make the finals? Well, here's the thing, Nick. That is going to solve itself. If you tell your fiance or then wife that you are competing for $1.5 million and that the top 20 players in the finals are going to win 6 figures, my guess is you might be able to convince her to come along for that sweat. Now, you're going to have to be tactical. You're going to have to understand you're not going to be able to watch Thursday night football, Friday night football, like every single goddamn football game. I think you maximize it. I think you say, babe, why don't we lay by the pool? We pull up some red zone on my laptop and see how my team's doing. I think this situation will resolve itself. Just don't get greedy. Don't be like, well, now I need to get in some hedge lineups and I need to draft a bunch of battle royales in the morning. No, maximize this best ball hall pass. I promise you, you're not going to have an issue on your hand if you're competing for 1.5 million. Get your prompts in. Is it true that Sam, referencing the randomizer show this week, secretly has a T. Higgin fathead hiding on a closet wall? Could be. Could be. I'm behind on the chat right now. AW says, do you have a new favorite low-owned dude you noticed during the preseason that you're targeting in the 18th rounds now? It's a really good question. One of them I might be able to try to take a stab of on this team. Theo Johnson is a tight end I want to get a lot more of based on how his preseason is going. I mean, we were joking about it at the top of the show. I think Jordan Whittington is an awesome click. I think he's a really, really good click. And people aren't going to like to hear this. But the same dynamic plays out in like the battle royale stuff all the time, where Demarcus Robinson is 100% rostered in this contest and will be 100% rostered. And is he the most likely bet to be the wide receiver 3? Yes, that's why he is 100% rostered in this contest. But when you start to introduce that Jordan Whittington's ownership is going to cap out at probably 10 to 15% in this contest, and that there is a real chance that Jordan Whittington edges out Demarcus Robinson by the end of the season, it makes D-Rob useless as a fantasy asset. It makes guys like Demarcus Robinson almost undraftable. And I apologize to the D-Rob Nation because I know you guys are a strong hive. But those are the situations you should be looking to exploit. What's up, Chris? Member for 27 months. John, double coffee cup. Also, congratulations to John Warner. John Warner got married over the weekend. Didn't think it was possible for a human being who drafts as much as John to even know what the scent of a woman is, much less to get her to commit to him for life. But I saw the photos on Instagram, John. Congratulations. Stoked for you guys. This Cole Kmet slide is real, and I might have found my price. I might have found my price on Cole Kmet here. Jeez. Are you going to take him, Copper? Because I think I will fall on this knife. I think I will fall on it. All right, he takes Cole Kmet. All right, there goes my fun. I do think I should probably get another tight end here. Let's see. What are we cooking with? I kind of like the Conklin stuff here. Conklin, I have correlation with Buffalo there, which I like. Week 17 opposite Keon Coleman. I think I also could intertune Jonnu, but lots of week 6 bye week stuff I'm noticing on my team. So maybe we chill a little bit on that. Let's see here. I'm not selecting Demarcus Robinson. You know what? Maybe we will grab. I think we're going to just start having to pull players up here. I think I'll tack on Jalen Tolbert right now as part of my big Dak stack. And I have some scroll the F down plays I'm going to like. So we're going to be reaching a little bit here. We're at a 2-5-6-2. We have 3 more picks. I'm done at quarterback. I could get a third tight end here. I think it's a little on the fringe with Njoku and Conklin. Definitely want to get to 7 wide receivers. I could probably be done at running back. So I think we're in good shape flexibility wise. I think it's basically 3 tight ends, 7, and then either 7 wide receivers and 6 running backs, or 8 wide receivers and we just stay at 5 running backs. Look at everybody just coming in over the top, flexing their membership longevity. Zach says, do you actually believe in not having the same game week 17 QBs? I feel like that's way too thin. I'm personally not worried about it. I always joke about it. It's like the most hyper niche joke in best ball because it was a conversation on Twitter like for 2 days, 2 years ago or something. And I still bring it up. But no, I am not personally worried about it. Like Nick, if I get to week 17, I will have that conversation with myself then. I will worry about it then. Nick will be telling his wife, hey, I forgot to tell you, honey, I'm competing for 1.5 million and we're going to need to spend the day watching Red Zone on a laptop. In the same way, I will have that conversation with myself. I'll say, Pete, it'd be kind of nice if you had access to a different game environment. So you had access to 2 different game environments to win 1.5 million. But considering you only get here once out of every 8 years and you've succeeded in this monumental accomplishment while streaming 75% of your drafts, why don't you take off the burden of not playing 99th percentile GTO on this specific team and just enjoy being there? I think that's the pep talk I would give myself. Is this article free from Dwayne? Yes, completely free. I will drop it in the chat here. Like I mentioned earlier, Dwayne's also going to be hopping on ADP chasing later to go through all of those preseason usage notes. Chase says, is 320 American dollars on Bryce Young too much? No, that seems about right. Seems like the adequate amount of hard-earned money to spend on a 4'11" quarterback in an offense that's going to run the shit out of the ball. It seems fine. Lunchable wants me to call Washington State officials and explain to them how I need to be taking Taylor Heineke with my last pick in every draft. Underdog, any fantasy is illegal here. You're going to have to give me a better scroll the F down candidate to sell them on opening up Underdog in your state. You got to do the Gretsch, man. You guys should start carpooling. You should start carpooling across the border. How about that? We got Underdog Cardio Club. What if we had Underdog Border Club? A carpool group for people who live in states where Underdog is not accessible. And you guys all pile in. You throw up a projection pod series. Be a real community event. You split gas. Who's going to make that happen? Hey, speaking of Underdog Cardio Club, I want to announce I'm going to be hosting a little event here in Cambridge, Mass, in Boston, in a couple Saturdays, a week from Saturday. This is August 24th here. Here's the deal. We're going to do a live Underdog Cardio Club event. We're going to meet at JFK Park in Harvard Square. That's at the corner of Memorial Drive and JFK Street. We're going to do a run at 2 p.m. It'll be about a 4-mile run. We're not trying to break any records. Be a nice leisurely jog as we draft a team together. And then we're going to have a happy hour, 3 to 5. I'm going to pick out a bar somewhere in Harvard Square that we'll walk to. Underdog is going to cover our drinks for us, which is very nice. And we're also going to have some merch. We're going to have a pick'em special for anyone who shows up. So yeah, it would be helpful if I know that you're coming, just so I know to look for you. So let me know if you're interested. Anyone is welcome. Anyone is welcome. Obviously, being in the Boston area, New England area is going to be helpful. But yeah, excited to host this Underdog Cardio Club event. Last year, we had one in Brooklyn, New York. We did a spin class that I led. But this year, we're going to pound some pavement, run along the Charles River, and have a good time. So if you're in the area, you'd like to join us, let's do it. And again, there's no shame. We're not trying to set any records. If you just want to do a very light jog, you need to walk some of it. That's not the point. The point is we get out there and we draft a team while enjoying the cool, fresh air of New England. All right. What are we going to do here? I think we're going to start to scroll down. I think we're going to just have some goddamn fun scrolling down. Where are my Philadelphia Eagles at? Where are my Eagles at? Will Shipley and Johnny Wilson. I think this is what we do. This is what we do. Could I probably sit on Johnny Wilson? Yes. But we're going to take him now. This is the scroll the F down draft. Will Shipley, come on down. Johnny Wilson, come on down. And then we'll probably just fire a third tight end bullet with our last pick. Will Shipley, I've been selecting throughout the summer. Johnny Wilson is kind of new on the menu for me. He's been one of the guys that every time I pull up Twitter, there seems to be another Johnny Wilson puff piece from the Eagles beats. Now, granted, all of their starting wide receivers didn't play, but we've always been hunting for that third Eagles pass catcher, wide receiver who could kind of step up and do something. It hasn't been Quez. I refuse to believe it's Paris Campbell. I've been there, done that. So I'm going to take shots on the rookie Johnny Wilson, who outproduced Keon Coleman in their final year there at Florida State. So I think there's some interesting stuff there. Led the way with a 92% route participation. I do think he should be favored to kind of be the wide receiver 3 on the outside by the end of the season. I think maybe what you're hoping for with a Johnny Wilson, like a realistic comp, is kind of like a Michael Wilson-esque rookie year, where you're not going to get a full breakout, right? Unless there's an injury, but you could get a couple nice spike weeks. And at this price, all you really need is one well-timed spike week to kind of pay off that cost. So I'm going to start tacking on Johnny Wilson on my Philadelphia team specifically, maybe a little Dallas bring back. I'm still catching up. People thanking or congratulating John Warner. Who am I most worried and most excited about after week 1 of the preseason? I kind of hit on a couple of them. Very excited about Keon Coleman's usage. Very worried about Cole Kmet. I'm worried about the Denver wide receivers. I'm very much worried. I think I've been drafting a ton of Marvin Mims and a ton of Troy Franklin. I often draft them together, and that could just go horribly wrong. I am terrified about the Denver wide receivers. I am terrified that Sean Payton in back-to-back years could trade up for a wide receiver that he doesn't have any interest in using. I refuse to believe that this offense can be competent and explosive with trotting out Josh Reynolds and Tim Patrick the entire season. But Sean Payton might just say, hold my beer, brother. I am terrified about the Denver Broncos wide receivers. Mike Robb coming in with the gold member flex. Ryan Jones was sending mine, then Mike Robb just one up me. I appreciate all of you YouTube members supporting the channel. And yeah, take advantage of those archives as well. All kinds of good evergreen shows in there. Conversations with people from around the best ball community. Oh, yeah. I was talking about the Underdog Cardio Club or Carpool Club, and it's led by David Kitchen. If you missed last week's Swolecast, you have to check that out, where David Kitchen recommended something that I would never recommend, which is drafting while driving. I think he's walked it back. I think his legal team has told him to strike that from the record. John Warner getting hyped up for me scrolling the F down. Next up, we are going to bring Shawn Siegele on. This draft has been going a little bit slower than our usual ones. Everyone's taken their sweet time in this one. I'll recap this team now before the final pick. We got Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott. We got Devon Achane, Rico Dowdle, Blake Corum, J.K. Dobbins, Jaylen Wright, and Will Shipley. Our wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Smith, Rashee Rice, Keon Coleman, Brian Thomas, Jalen Tolbert, Johnny Wilson. And one of the weaker tight end rooms I've had here in David Njoku and Tyler Conklin. I think we tack on a third tight end here to close it down. But I like this team. Getting Hurts to fall back to the 4-5 turn there has worked out nice. And then we have pretty big bets on Philly and Dallas. Got a nice, solid 5 wide receivers here at the start. The Achane anchor here. Some good week 17 correlation. Are all the fun tight ends? Did someone take Theo Johnson? Yeah. Someone took Theo. Juwan Johnson still here. My guy, Cade Otton, has a ton of correlations. I say my guy. He might be my guy here. Yeah, I think we'll take Cade Otton at pick 216 as a 3 tight end build. has a bunch of correlation opposite Dallas in week 16. And we will bank that there. And there's the team. But without further ado, it's time for the best ball banana stand. Let's bring on RotoViz's Shawn Siegele. All right, it is time for the Best Ball Banana Stand, a weekly show hosted by me, Peter Overzet, alongside RotoViz's Shawn Siegele. We stream these on my YouTube channel and then repost the audio on the RotoViz airwaves. So regardless of how you would like to consume it, we got you covered. And we battle in these Best Ball Mania streets. And for a long time this summer, the ADPs were kind of stale. We were working through ideas. How do we want to attack the landscape? But now we have actual football being played. Week 1 preseason is in the books. The ranks are getting shaken up. We're already seeing big fallers, big risers. Shawn, excited to tackle this new look landscape with you today.
Yeah, it's always great to have some football and to be able to react, overreact. I tell people, don't underreact, but at the same time, there are some pretty clear opportunities for overreaction. Pete, as I was doing my prep last night, I was watching the games, going through Ben Gretch's preseason week 1 stealing signals post, came into my inbox. That's always super helpful. I loved reading that. He did a fantastic job, as people will well know. And so, yeah, let's get into some post week 1 drafting here.
Yeah. And you even mentioned to me when you sent over the ranks to update here that you had been making tweaks last week, but nothing drastic because of the preseason, not because you're not ready to move on stuff, but because you just want to sit and digest with it for a little bit, make sure we're not being too, overly reactive to what we just saw.
Right. And you kind of want to go through and update everybody together, obviously, so that you don't have users who are thinking you're not reacting to certain things. I've gotten through about half of the games, obviously familiar with what has occurred in the others, but I really like to see for myself what is actually transpiring in some of those games, because especially right now, the teams are approaching it very, very differently. You can have guys play out of order simply because teams want to get them with a certain quarterback. And if you don't have a feel for maybe some of those in-game types of things, and you haven't studied the particular team and what they're trying to do, and a team like the Denver Broncos is trying to do very different types of things than, teams that are holding everybody out or teams that have their depth charts pretty well set. The Broncos was a really fun one to watch, and yet it's also a pretty easy one, I think, to get wrong. So you want to kind of work through all of those as you're getting yourself set, but certainly it was a very fun weekend of football.
Yeah, we'll touch on some of these situations as they come up. Shawn, I just hopped us in a draft, and we are back to the top of the board. We got the 1-2 today here. We have been fortunate to have a decent amount of early slots this year. Always kind of feels good. I think that 2-3 turn gives you a lot of flexibility on how you want to approach things. And excited to break this down for you today. Let me get this board pulled up here. We got our friend JGFC in the 1 hole. So we know he could be a thorn at our sides. We'll keep some tabs on what JGFC is doing there. But has anything changed for you at the top of the board? I know you had already had CMC a little bit lower. We now kind of get the news since we last talked that he's not going to play in the preseason. Their entire running back room's a little bit banged up right now. How are you kind of feeling about the top of draft boards?
Yeah, I think we've kind of gotten to the point where it's more reasonable now to, have Tyreek Hill as your top guy. Now, when you have the shot at CeeDee Lamb, you probably want to keep loading up even with those things. We're starting to get into the point where I think you do get a little bit concerned about players who aren't practicing, not because if they jumped in and got going now that they wouldn't be fine, but simply because every additional day that passes, you run the risk of something weird happening that is not being anticipated. And I do think that you have even a situation like with T. Higgins, right? And how he looked in the first preseason game. Now, it's not any surprise that Joe Burrow and T. Higgins, when that's kind of the setup for the Bengals as they go into that game, that they would look good. But even knowing that Higgins had a couple of good games at the end, we had one that was very relevant to our team that got one of our squads from last year into the semis. But I mean, Higgins has looked undervalued. He looked good in that game. I don't really think that you should overreact necessarily by moving him up, but we already had him in a range where he's a pretty clear target. That makes you feel good about it. Every additional day, I think, makes it possible or more likely that you get closer scoring. And one of the things people always like to bring up when there was this big gap between Chase and Higgins that some people didn't believe should exist is that, I mean, Higgins went almost a full year scoring at the same level of Chase. Now, that's unlikely to ever be the case in the future, but Chase has been a little bit disappointing since that incredible rookie season. So as we look at these guys at the top, as people aren't practicing, I mean, you're going to give a tiny little bit of value to that, especially when you're talking about other players like a Tyreek Hill who could set the all-time single season yardage record this year.
Yeah, and while that was taking place, I did at the last second toggle Tyreek Hill over CeeDee Lamb for our pick at 102. CMC went 101, partly because I just built a CeeDee Lamb team at the top of the show. And like you were saying, with some slight, risks introduced as far as him continuing to threaten a holdout. Obviously CeeDee Lamb's still a very, very strong pick, but you know what? We like to mix things up around here, Shawn. And so we grab Tyreek Hill. Otherwise, business as usual in this first round. Bijan goes 7, Breece goes 9. Garrett Wilson does go ahead of AJ Brown, and we see Puka, and the turn closes out round 1 with Jahmyr Gibbs, and then hits Malik Nabers at the top. Earlier today, that selection might have been a little bit more fraught as we waited for a Neighbors injury update. We did get it this morning. Brian Daboll saying he's just sore in day-to-day with an ankle, which is a huge sigh of relief for those of us who have been drafting him a lot. What do you think about Malik Neighbors right now, who really has been kind of the talk of Giants training camp?
Well, I mean, I've said this a few times. It probably will turn out to look silly, but I had him as the top-rated receiver in this draft. And I think in some ways he's going to be a little bit easier to, or there's going to be even more incentive for the Giants to manufacture touches for him. If you look at a rookie receiver who come out and just blow away expectation in terms of raw volume, I think it will be Neighbors. The offensive context, not nearly as strong as it will probably be for Marvin Harrison. Those two guys go back to back. It's still tough seeing those prices. Pete, I know that you have Neighbors as the best pick in his range of ADP, but would you have him as the best pick at the 2-3 turn here? I mean, the 1-2 turn.
The 1-2 turn. It's hard because the thing that's intriguing to me about this is more of the game theory angle, and how often has Jahmyr Gibbs been paired with Malik Neighbors, where you're essentially taking 2 second-round picks. Now, the one issue you run into is there are teams early in the contest who probably got a Gibbs slide into early middle round 2, and then also got Neighbors coming back, and they snuck in a first-round pick. That's where you run into issues. But I think that's probably happening at a fairly infrequent rate. So you are getting a Gibbs Neighbors pairing that's pretty unique. That's enticing. I guess right now, coming off of the ankle, I maybe want to not be pulling a guy up that just had a little bit of an injury scare, but holistically, I don't mind it here. All right, Shawn, we're on the clock right before the 2-3 turn by ADP. You got Barkley, Kupp, Evans, Ayuk, Kupp at the top of the ranks. Any other direction you'd like to go here?
I don't think so. I don't love adding the same buy back to back, but it seems like Kupp is just such a good value.
I know. And that's going to put us in a very funny spot as well, too, because you just wrote a piece on the site about a potentially massively undervalued 3rd round pick who also has a week 6 buy here, although he does go to the turn. JGFC takes Barkley and Kerrane, so we can have the Kerrane combo after we make this pick. I'm not going to sneak in an Evans selection again like I did last week on you. How would you like to play this third selection?
I mean, Devontae and Diggs are both really strong picks there.
Let's see. I feel like Diggs has been sliding a little bit in drafts. I've heard from some people who were doing drafts last night that Tank has been regularly going ahead of him, basically because of 2 events. Tank Dell having the touchdown in the preseason game, and then this clip that went viral of Diggs and CJ Stroud arguing. I don't even know if it was an argument so much as like 2 guys talking about coverages. They both seemed like, passionate about what was happening. I didn't really see a fight, but just letting you know that it seems like Diggs is getting cheaper because people are already worried he's going to be a diva. He's going to be a malcontent. He's going to quit on the team. And CJ Stroud loves Tank Dell more than anyone else in the world. Therefore, Diggs is not able to go ahead of him anymore.
And this seems like a great example of situations where in many of these games, there is a conflict between where the player played and in what types of formations and what information that would probably give you about potential volume versus the plays that they made when they were there. And you think about the situation where, the Packers had a scrimmage recently and Wicks was the 4th guy. And people are like, well, I mean, he's already aggressively valued. Certainly you can't have him there. And then you think of the preseason game, you get the touchdown. How do you work through those types of things? And it was funny because Ben actually wrote up a lot about the Diggs conversation with Stroud. And I was thinking to myself, are people really, is this noteworthy? But it obviously is. It's funny too, because in working on Diggs last week and trying to make sure that my somewhat aggressive take on him made sense, it's funny in the things that you run across because you look through Texans media and Texans camp, and it's like Diggs is going to be certainly in the mix to be their number one receiver, if not like the guy. And then you follow Bills camp and they're like, oh, practices are just so much better this year. And it's such a relief that Stefon Diggs is no longer on our team. So the idea that Diggs creates some emotional collateral damage or just that there is a cloud there, it is real, right? But my thought would be, especially in year 1, you're going to see a bounce for, not necessarily a bounce for him because the price relative to, or the scoring already very high. But again, CJ Stroud just seems like the Patrick Mahomes thesis at a huge discount.
It's funny if you think about the Diggs stuff and like how his, people's perception of him as an individual is maybe like factoring in slightly to his ADP, where it's like, if he didn't have those issues, he probably would still be on the Buffalo Bills and he would probably be like a 1-2 turn pick. Just because everyone be looking around and Stefon Diggs in this offense again. You are getting like a pretty big discount, I think, already on that, where it's almost like baked in. And I think maybe the argument as well, there's Nico, there's Tank, there's significant target competition. But man, if you're as high on the CJ Stroud season that I am, that I know you are, I think there's room for all of these guys to hit in the way best ball works, right? Like Tank Dell can get there, even not playing in every 2 wide receiver set, right? Like Tank Dell can pop off for some 25, 30 point games, win you weeks, be a high advance rate player, be a guy that you need in the playoff pods while still not playing in 2 wide receiver sets. Like I think if this offense, if CJ Stroud throws for 5,000 yards, which is within the realm of conversation, I think all of these guys can be good picks.
Yeah, and you mentioned the situation with Tank. You really have to look at every offense individually, and you don't want to be overconfident in saying this offense is going to definitively, thwart or run counter to what we know from a big picture perspective about how you project teams. But it's just so crucial to not evaluate every single team and every single player the exact same way.
All right, Shawn, we're about to pick at the 4-5 turn. Our guy JGFC has started with 3 running backs here. We are about to be on the clock. I should mention Jalen Hurts is still here. Dalton Kincaid, Keenan, Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice already off the board. He's been screaming up draft boards with the Marquise Brown stuff. How would you like to play this first pick?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, if you think that Worthy's going to go, I think it would be fun to take him. I think that
I would almost
Kincaid
bet everything I own that JJFC would take Worthy if we didn't take him.
So I like that selection. Again, I mean, one of the problems with starting with Tyreek Hill, and I think you and I have talked about this before, but you do run into this fairly big problem that week 6 is a really strong receiver buy. And so the balance there is not great for us. And I mentioned that in the context of Jake Bose has done these fantastic simulations. He's going to have a piece out that touches very directly on this. And this has been something that I've been focused on this year. I think it's a really helpful guardrail to not only helping with advance rate, but also some of these guardrails are just really cool for helping you think through and build elite teams. This is probably Kincaid for me, unless you're seeing somebody else.
No, let's do it. I want to hear you talk about Kincaid. It's funny. I'm in, we did our first FFPC main event draft, live one on Thursday with the stat chasing guys, Drico, who does great work for RotoViz, and Sacrilegious over at Legendary Upside. And we had what's ended up being like a week-long debate since the draft about Mark Andrews versus Dalton Kincaid, ranges of outcomes, upside, safety, ADP value, everything. It has been dissected. There's even been screenshots of your analysis that have popped up in there.
Oh no!
Talk a little bit about Dalton Kincaid, because he is a polarizing player within the community of people who are going to hyper scrutinize these profiles. If you really zoom out and you're like, they're both going in the same range, whatever. But talk to me about why Dalton Kincaid is such a good pick and why you have him ranked so much higher than his ADP.
You and I talk a lot about, and certainly when I draft with Ben, when I draft with Colin, when we put together those teams, certainly Blair, even maybe more aggressive, those teams that have been so successful in main events, and just, broadly speaking, talent is so crucial and swamps so many different things. And Mark Andrews is pretty clear cut as a star tight end. So in many ways, you would think that that is just the argument right there. I do think that we have to then also take into consideration some of the team context. And you and I kind of joked about the Seahawks piece last week. I did a deep dive into quarterbacks for FFPC specifically, but obviously there'd be tons of overlap in how it would work. Looking at how they function, how they score, how it works with the stacks for the elite players, and what you need to have happen there. One of the things that does sort of show up is that Mark Andrews and Lamar Jackson have not been good together. There's a fluky element to that where you wouldn't come out and say, oh, you should never draft Mark Andrews and Lamar Jackson together because there have been some problems in the past. I mean, that would be a ludicrous conclusion to draw. But you do want to be aware that, maybe the best outcomes, the best outcome from Lamar Jackson is he just runs all the time. And the best outcome from Mark Andrews is probably that you get a different quarterback who comes in and throws the ball to him all the time. It doesn't mean they couldn't work together, but you look at the situation for Dalton Kincaid, and if you like his collegiate profile, which was pretty exciting, and you like what he did as a rookie, which over the second half of the season and with the new offensive coordinator and those types of things was very exciting. And then you look at this offense where the receivers simply aren't good. Now, there are scenarios where a Coleman does emerge, although he didn't look very good in the first preseason game, at least to my eye. The other guys are niche players to the point where the offensive coordinator is coming out and telling people, look, don't ask these guys to do things that they can't do. They have specific roles that they're going to fill, and that will work with our offense. The volume environment for Andrews and Kincaid is not set in the same area to start with. And then certainly when you look at the polls and how that would work for smash seasons, Dalton Kincaid's upside is in a completely different area. To me, as I work through these things. So you have to believe in Kincaid as being somebody who can make the jump. But if you have that as part of the thesis, and then you look at how that team is set up, I mean, he is set up to be the focal point of an offense that has Josh Allen and should score a lot of points. And for them to do that, it's got to be centered around him, making him the guy you have to have with Buffalo. Whereas if there are certain things that happen for the Baltimore Ravens that make them more dynamic as a passing offense, then really Zay Flowers is probably the way that you want to play that and how you squeeze the most value out of it.
Shawn, the other thing the chat is losing their mind over is passing on 5th round Jalen Hurts on a Devontae Smith team. I just got Jalen Hurts at the 4-5 turn in the first draft. Maybe let's make these picks and then we can talk a little bit more about why he isn't part of your plans there. Maybe you can squeeze it in here. Any other punctuation on why you pass on Jalen Hurts there?
Well, through the grapevine, I've heard someone that, well, we better pick.
Yeah, sorry.
Because I was setting up for something that was going to be too long.
JSN is here, which is sometimes a rarity for us, even in this range of the board. I know we got sniped on him last week. Always like taking him. Anything else you're seeing here?
No, that would be my pick.
Yeah, and JGFC has 4 running backs. I assume he is done at running back. So any running back we might be interested in, we could definitely push around. Let's still look at the board here. So we're up to 5 wide receivers, 1 tight end. We got a classic 0 RB build cooking here. Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, Xavier Worthy, JSN, and Dalton Kincaid. Don't see anything on the quarterback front we would need to do. Kittle doesn't come back here. So this feels like most likely a running back pick unless I'm missing anything.
Who do we have as the best ADP values? How does that fit compared to the
so you got Kamara, Montgomery. Connor's kind of interesting opposite Kupp to me. Anything else? Okay. I was just trying to read the tea leaves. You had Aaron Jones slightly higher, but I feel like we end up with a little bit more Aaron Jones when he slides, whereas Connor has been a little bit more of a riser and a guy I do think could get a full round or so more expensive as we inch to the start of the season. I think when the projections, are fully out and more people are coming in, they're just going to sit here and say, why am I not taking James Conner in the 5th round? And you recently made an argument in the post too about how like him and Mixon's prices relative to each other don't make a ton of sense.
Yeah, I have one of the 2 pieces I was able to get out on Friday. I've made that pitch that I'm going to have an article a day. Sometimes that means you got to get 2 in there. James Conner versus Josh Jacobs. I think that those prices are off. And you look at Conner, I mean, it's really set up for him to be the guy who should be more of like a 4 or 5 turn pick. And so you get him here early in the 7th to start out the running back group. And I mean, his upside is like the overall RB6. Again, you look at it from a talent perspective, an offensive perspective, a projections perspective, even working through a lot of the contingency elements where, again, you don't want to be overconfident with this, but when the guy who's the breakout star of camp at the running back position is not the rookie you just spent a good pick on, that provides a lot of insulation for your starter.
Let's circle back. You had teased something about through the grapevine. We were talking about Jalen Hurts. Let's go back to that thread before we lose it.
Well, are we promoting the Truth Serum show? Because I've been told that elite QB, not the way to play it in best ball. That is certainly what I believe. And so if you're coming in on that side as well, it seemed like in a draft together, it was probably the chance to go ahead and pass on what is a pretty obvious play.
Yeah. And
like by obvious, I mean a good straightforward play, not
right. And the reason it's going to be controversial is, one, there are people who will say like, Jalen Hurts is a value at the 4-5 turn, even unstacked. And then you get him potentially with a stacking partner. And so people have a hard time envisioning passing up on that, which I get. Shawn's referencing a show that I'm working on behind the scenes right now. It was a couple weeks ago on Ship Chasing. We floated this idea like, we all share our takes, what we believe, but there's some of these like truth serum takes that you're maybe too embarrassed to admit. They're not quite, they can be hot takes. I think they are hot takes, but they also are like something you wouldn't want to go on record with. Maybe you're ashamed to even admit it. And so you would just kind of keep it to yourself. And so I've been reaching out to people in the best ball space, asking them for their truth serum take, and we're going to stitch them all together into a video. And as my example, I was mentioning my truth serum take is I think elite quarterback is not how you win Best Ball Mania 5 or these large field best ball contests there. Now, you might find me going back against that when I get 5th round Jalen Hurts, but Shawn is definitely going to help me stick to my convictions there. So yeah, keep an eye out on that. That should be out. We're going to collect those over the next week or so. So maybe in the next week or two, some of your industry faves, spilling their truth serum takes there. But Shawn, let's recap this team. We got our first running back in James Conner, slightly ahead of ADP, but like I said, he is a guy who's been moving up. We have our 5 wide receivers early: Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, Xavier Worthy, and JSN. Tight end Dalton Kincaid. And then we're headed here to pick at the 8-9 turn. Saw some also people surprised about the Xavier Worthy selection. We have a lot of new people watching now. It looks like we have almost 900 people watching live. So there are a lot of people, Shawn, who haven't watched us take Xavier Worthy in the 4th round earlier in the summer, who might be surprised by that. But even zooming out from that relative to ADP, Rashee Rice and Worthy should be moving up on this Hollywood Brown news. I mean, the path for immediate production becoming more and more evident for both of these guys.
Yeah, and in part because of what we're already seeing, where Brown has really struggled to stay healthy. I like him in a vacuum. I didn't like him above Rice and Worthy. In some ways, you're disappointed that it's going to hurt the prices that you had on the guys you really wanted. And at the same time, all of those previous shares become a little bit safer. The team is going to have all of the incentive to make sure that Worthy is ready. He just still looks like an absolute smash from that pick.
So the Brock Bowers pick on an Ingram team, that feels personal. Wasn't going to let it come back to us. If there's anything non-running back that you want to do here, I say we take that first, because JGFC isn't going to take a running back, but there might just not be something to talk through quick enough. Do you have a running back you like here?
Let's just go ahead and grab Brown and see then.
Okay.
Because it's probably a running back turn
right.
for us, in which case.
Yeah, I think the only, you look at the wide receivers available, we're in a tier where you and I are very often not drafting that. We also have our 5 rock solid there. So it seems like this is a spot to avoid from a quarterback stacking standpoint. Nothing here really lines up unless you like the backdoor Jordan Love thing. So then we're looking at, Javonte Spears double tapping the Bengals backfield. Zamir White is the big faller here, but still below in your ranks. How do you think we play this?
Yeah, I don't have Zamir White, but if you want to grab him, we could. I think that, Javonte does seem like a pretty fun pick.
Yeah, let's do Javonte and kind of frame it because I did want to get us going on a little bit of a conversation on what happened with the Broncos yesterday. I think the wide receiver usage got a little bit more of the publicity, but yeah, talk to us about the state of the Denver Broncos offense, because this has been one we've been attacking all summer. There's lots of ambiguity. There's lots of potential for shenanigans with Sean Payton's kind of herky-jerky player usage. Let's kick it off though with this backfield.
Yeah, so you have Javonte Williams starting looking pretty good. Visibly leaner, as they've been talking about, had that good burst as he took the handoff, which, you really don't want to make your picks based on a guy like not losing his balance on a handoff in the first preseason game. But last year, he just was visibly slow. He looks better in this one. The interesting thing here is basically all of the Broncos backs look good, including their undrafted free agent at the very end who looked shot out of a cannon. It's still very problematic, I think. And yet, as you get a little bit more confirmation that Williams is probably going to be on the team, the upside there is just, again, it's obscene, right? All 3 of these guys that we picked could finish as the RB5. And so I like that portion of it as you're going through the 0 RB element. You look at what they were doing where they had already named Nix the starter for the next game, even as he was the backup in this one. You have all of the depth chart elements where Perine is ahead of all those backs, including McLaughlin and Estime, where just following how camp is working, it's very unlikely that's going to be the case. You have the veteran receivers ahead of the young receivers, even though that's probably not going to be the case. You have some elements where they want to play certain guys with Bo Nix. I'm not saying to ignore how the guys came off the sideline and played in that game, but how they played is going to be a lot more important than when they played for that particular team. And so we want to understand what the Broncos were doing and then make sure that that is a good example for us or a good reminder for us that other teams are doing similar things, even if it's not as clear as the Denver Broncos made it. It's just a good reminder. You may not be able to tell like you can with Denver. And so with Denver, we're probably not going to draw the wrong conclusions as much, but on other teams that are doing similar things, we might.
Yeah. What is your read specifically on the Perine stuff, right? Because he's been a weird one. A lot of people anticipated he might get cut. He was playing ahead of those other younger backs that you just mentioned. He also, I think, had a pretty brutal drop that resulted in a turnover there. People were joking, okay, now he's for sure getting cut. Like, does him playing ahead of those guys, does that kind of set the expectations of Sean Payton, just this hardcore veteran deference in this first game? Like, that's just almost like a culture thing for what he's doing. Like, if Perine's not long for the team, like, why is he running with the starters essentially?
Well, again, I think you can, if you're dreaming about certain long shot scenarios happening, you can get too caught up in that part as well. But I mean, you look at the Khalil Herbert usage, and it's not hard to understand how these backs could either be more involved with the team that they're on than we're expecting, or they could be showcased for trades. I mean, we're going to get some movement of guys. I mean, Herbert is somebody I've been drafting because I think he could end up as a starter on a different team, but he also looks like somebody who is a pretty clear value, if he stays on the Bears. So you can get both of those things. I think Perine is draftable. I do not think he will be on the Denver Broncos.
Interesting. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out, because it is kind of quite the logjam there. And we haven't even started to talk about Tim Patrick, who I don't think even has gotten mentioned much this summer, but also was in the mix there with some of the starters. We're about to pick at the 10-11 turn. We got a wall of quarterbacks available here. Only one of them particularly interesting for us as far as Tua with Tyreek. I don't think JGFC would take him unstacked. Corum as potentially another Rams element here could be interesting. What do you think we do with this pick?
Well, I kind of like taking Caleb Williams with JSN. So that is a possibility. And then, you can address the other QB with Hill as we get through the turn, if we don't want to, try and push him through, which at that point, obviously you'd be way below ADP, but it seems like in this draft, there's a possibility that he might come back. Is that what you're seeing too, as you look at the overall board?
Well, let me see. The Waddle drafter has Allen. I don't think the Waddle drafter is going to pass on him twice at 127, 138. So I think it really comes down to if you're open to like a Stafford or Geno or whatever, that if not, that kind of wipes out our other stacking candidates, and we should probably lock up Tua here. But I'm open if you think a running back makes more sense. Like, what do you think?
Well, Charbonnet and Chubb are both a lot of fun. But it seems like maybe you're leaning Corum, in which case we can just break the tie with the QB.
Okay. All right. Let's just grab Tua. I think that gives us a little bit more flexibility. Let's talk about the Caleb Williams thing. Obviously, I get the week 17 correlation. Cole Kmet, a huge faller in drafts based on some of his preseason usage and split with Gerald Everett. He fell to like the mid 160s in the draft I did just before I hopped on. So maybe we have a value opportunity there. But talk about Caleb Williams unstacked, because I know you do care a lot about how that correlation can help advance you through the playoff pods. Is this just an element of being so high on Caleb Williams that he's mispriced, that you want to get him on a team when the room is passing on him, multiple times?
Right. And I think that he's one of these guys where you can win with him without those receivers because you have paths that go through, obviously, Tua and some of the other rounds. You have a balanced potential week 16, week 17 score where he spreads it out and then puts up a massive number. One of the things I think you're thinking about a little bit as you get into week 17, if you're going to assume that many of the teams there are being drafted by the best drafters, a lot of the Caleb Williams teams they threw are obviously going to have him stacked. I think that betting on a huge game from him that doesn't absolutely require you to have had one of those receivers while you have JSN on the other side of it is something that I want to do occasionally. And if you're going to get a good value on him, and you don't want to overreact to, again, a couple of possessions, but he looks like someone who's going to have a huge season. I mean, he's only a couple spots out of after Dak Prescott in terms of this particular draft. And, obviously Dak Prescott could have a big year himself. I do think, though, that when we're looking at these, say, 6 QBs that all go off in a bunch, Prescott, Lawrence, Williams, Purdy, Tua, and Jared Goff, there are team build elements of Purdy, Tua, and Goff that I think are very appealing. I have a ton of them as a result of that. But when we look at those 6 QBs, I mean, I would bet on, if we're thinking in terms of ceiling, I would bet that Caleb Williams, or just think very straightforwardly, his ceiling is so far above the rest of that group that you want to take some of those values when you have JSN on the other side. Oh, I think you're muted.
Yeah. I got back here. I'm actually surprised that people are letting him slip after that preseason performance, because I thought it was really encouraging. There was that one throw where he rolled out and hit the receiver on the sideline that just looked like one of those throws you see, a journeyman quarterback or a veteran quarterback making. And so, yeah, I'm definitely on board with Caleb Williams as a value at this price. Let's do a couple quick housekeeping things here. Shawn mentioned just churning out articles over on RotoViz. Make sure you guys get subscribed over there. Just awesome stuff. I just released my video on the Deposit Kingdom stuff that heavily relied on Blair Andrews' research looking at second-year breakouts. Shawn has some awesome pieces up about draft targets, how to think about arbitrage, cheaper profiles than what the market is doing with other guys. Just so much food for thought, almost regardless of what format you're playing. Dynasty, best ball, FFPC, your home leagues. There's so much good stuff in there. So get subscribed over at RotoViz. And if you guys are new here on the YouTube channel, would love if you subscribe. Like I said, we do this show, Best Ball Breakfast, 4-hour live stream every single Monday morning. And then I get all of the strategy videos up on the other YouTube channel on the Deposit Kingdom. Shawn, we are about to pick here. Looks like we are kind of once again in a running back range, which is definitely nice for us here considering our team build. Dobbins, McLaughlin are kind of 2 guys up here by ADP. You got Eckler and Allgeier. What do you think we do here?
Yeah, Dobbins continues to seem like a good way to balance out the different types of profiles we have. It's a nice one because it works pretty well from a buy perspective, although it does. It works great from a buy perspective. Yeah. And then you look at these other picks that we have in the contingent upside for a few of the names that are sitting there as we come back through the turn are really exciting.
Yeah, we are on the clock. JGFC grabs 2 wide receivers here. Wide receiver, tight end. There's some names here, but it feels like this might be another running back pick for us. What do you think we do here?
Yeah, it looks like, other than Eckler, that Allgeier is the ADP value. And I do, again, I mean, you hope that nothing happens to Bijan, but Allgeier would just score a ton of points. When I was working through the article on Kyren Williams, and one of the things as you're trying to calibrate your expectations for different types of outcomes, we do want to understand that, or just be willing to very conclusively say that Bijan Robinson and Breece Hall are a very different type of animal than Kyren Williams. At the same time, we want to be willing to give Williams credit for what he has done, and then understand that some of the threats to doing it again are maybe not as strong as what we're getting with backs that we've completely ignored that, right? And you look at Tyler Allgeier, I mean, he was a better prospect, and he has a 1,000-yard season as a rookie. He's in behind Bijan. The most impressive player in preseason week 1 was Braelon Allen. It absolutely blows my mind that a team like the Kansas City Chiefs, who would be unstoppable if they had a legit starting running back, don't go out and get him. It blows my mind that the Dallas Cowboys are going to roll with the people that they seem like they're okay with, as opposed to have gotten it. Allen looks like he's a top 10 running back in the entire NFL. And there are reasons, throughout his trajectory and his bio that suggest he's going to be an immediate star. It's so frustrating to have him behind Breece Hall. I mean, that's a guy you ought to get to watch carry the ball 20 times a week on Sundays.
I know. I remember flashing back to this preseason, or not preseason, sorry, pre-draft. And you're looking here and you're like, holy cow, this running back that lands on the Dallas Cowboys is just going to be a smash. This running back that lands on Jim Harbaugh's Los Angeles Chargers is going to be a smash. They want to run the ball. And they both just, passed on all of these interesting profiles. We would have had just some really clean bets there if we got, the running back team fit, but we don't. And now they're buried here. And as the words were coming out of your mouth that Braelon Allen's a top 10 running back, he goes at pick 157 here. And I like that angle too, just from kind of a tournament lens of, we have Tyreek Hill. If there are, how do you beat or kind of almost compound your leverage against the Bijan and Breece Hall teams? Well, you target Braelon Allen and you target Tyler Allgeier. If something does go wrong, you can have an even supercharged team than those round 1 opponents and basically wipe them out there. Let me do a quick recap of our team. We have 2 quarterbacks, Caleb Williams and Tua. We have 5 running backs, James Conner, Chase Brown, Javonte Williams, J.K. Dobbins, and Tyler Allgeier. Got our 5 early wide receivers, haven't added one since: Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, Xavier Worthy, and JSN, and our 1 elite tight end there in Dalton Kincaid. So definitely going to need to tack on some wide receivers here at the end, sitting pretty at quarterback and running back though, Shawn. So we'll see what the rest of the draft has in store for us. Does this feel like, I guess I should ask, a 2 quarterback or a 3 quarterback team to you?
I think it can go either way. I think when you have Williams unstacked, that there's always that temptation that if you get the right receivers, you're not having to reach, you're not having to force it. This is a borderline one for me, where it's certainly a don't force it team, but if it falls to you in the right way and you can add that 3rd week 17 game in an interesting way, then you go ahead and do it.
All right, we are about to be on the clock. We see McLaughlin slides to 163. Chuba goes at 165. As I kind of thought would happen, Cole Kmet comes all the way back to us, Shawn. What do you think about kind of locking up that stack despite some of the Gerald Everett FUD?
Man, I think it's a super easy pick there. I'm not concerned at all about Gerald Everett. I mean, those are famous last words, right? But
yeah. So I guess I had talked about my concern. I mean, seeing what Shane Waldron did, I mean, like holding Noah Fant back because you are rotating in these other tight ends. Like he does seem to have an MO there. Why aren't you concerned at these prices? I think let's make this pick. I think it's baked in. Do we swing back and grab a wide receiver here, or is there a 6th running back you want to pull the trigger on?
I really like Tracy and Irving right there. We're going to have to address that week 6 buy issue at receiver. So the 2 receivers kind of at the top there are also interesting, but I would go with your pick here.
I mean, I think the preseason stuff was so bullish for Bucky. We click him a ton. Let's go ahead and just do it. It is right at ADP. He seems like he has to be a riser as we kind of continue through the rest of draft season. But let's circle back here to the Cole Kmet combo, because like I said, I do think it's this price is almost impossible for us to pass up on. One, needed a second tight end. You get Caleb stacked, but just let's say he was still or at his previous price. Why aren't you concerned about a split or a tight end by committee with Waldron at the helm?
Anybody who plays for Shane Waldron, I'm concerned about. And so obviously there's some inconsistency there with the enthusiasm for Caleb Williams. But again, with Williams, I think you have to look at the big picture and just say, you can't take what Waldron did last year with the Seahawks and be so paranoid about it that you eliminate a screaming value. I think there's a similar thing with Kmet, where Kmet was fantastic last season. And to me, it's still a much bigger concern that you have these 3 potentially elite receivers and the offense should flow through them. If you're the tight end in the offense anyway, certainly if you're a tight end who's going after guys like Noah Fant and Hunter Henry, after someone like a Luke Musgrave, which probably has very similar concerns there, what you want is for the guy to get open and that he is an initial read on some of the plays. And that's what we saw in that game, right? He's immediately open. He immediately gets the ball. He drops one, but they played so little. And yet he was so involved from the perspective of the play was designed for him that, I mean, if people are concerned about the routes, we all know you have to be out there in order to score. But I guess I was pretty encouraged. I mean, the guy that it would seem like, just from a very superficial perspective, that you might have a little bit more concern about, that we talk about on the show quite a bit, would be a Keenan Allen, for example. But again, we just saw a couple of drives that are not running the real plays. They're not game planned. So there's only so much you can realistically take from it. I think you have to look at Cole Kmet, especially when you only have one tight end, and then with the QB fit. And that's one of the reasons you can take Caleb there, is if you're going to get this massive fall on Cole Kmet where he's drafted 3 rounds below where he should go, then just set that up and take it.
Yeah, and that is what's nice about it too. It's also not like I think we've selected Cole Kmet maybe once or twice throughout the summer because we have had a decent amount of Caleb Williams, but he hasn't been like a major position. It actually is the spot where you're like excited to accumulate more when he is dropping. It's not like a guy we had 30% of and then you're like, crap, I have a little spook. Do I want to keep adding more? So I completely agree. In this situation, didn't even hesitate. I was going to take him at this pick. I think it was unstacked in my first draft. He ended up going like one pick before me at this exact spot, 167, and I was at 168. So on a naked Caleb team, way too obvious of a fit there. We have 3 more picks and only 5 wide receivers. Definitely could make an argument to go wide receiver the rest of the way here, Shawn, unless there ends up being a third quarterback that we think makes sense. This is a spot we found ourselves in a decent bit, right? Where we get those early wide receivers and then we just have to sit out what has been over 100 picks. Our last wide receiver pick was at pick 71. So over 120 picks have gone since we've grabbed our next wide receiver. Do you think we can find some names here that are interesting?
Yeah, that's always the question. It's definitely the way to do it. You want to get those early receivers, and then you want to figure out how you can work back around. I haven't moved Franklin and Walker down yet. I will move them down, although probably not as aggressively as ADP will move them down. The 2 names at the top, ADP wise, I think you can take. I have some skepticism about, like, they don't want Quentin Johnston to be in on real plays, but he's still going to be a big part of the team. I mean, that's a weird way to describe his role. Do you have a guy you like here?
I don't. Who should we take?
Let's go ahead and do some Chark just to get a little bit of balance there.
Yeah, let me see if I can get that in time. I didn't get it in time. We'll see if he comes back. He does come back. So I ended up getting Javon Baker. I was kind of thinking through, if we do go Chark, we already have Dobbins, maybe a little week 17 opposition there with New England. You still like Chark here after the Baker pick?
Yeah, I think it would be Chark or Quentin Johnston, even though, I mean, Johnston is tough.
Yeah. Let's go ahead. You said Chark. We'll do Chark here. So we add Javon Baker and DJ Chark. I think, at this point with guys like even Baker and Troy Franklin, I don't think anyone should have illusions of a lot of, week one, early season production. The stuff I've heard about Baker out of camp, it does seem like he has the potential to be their best receiver by the end of the season. Like, I don't think I want to rule that out just with how well the beats say, he's attacking the ball, with how much kind of, tenacity he plays with. So to me, on a team like this, where we are trying to set up some of these week 17 correlations, getting a guy like him makes a bit of sense. And then we balance him out with more of a veteran steady presence, DJ Chark, hopefully get some of those deep balls right out of the gate. Any more thoughts on these two wide receiver selections?
Well, I like that you're willing to go with Baker there. It's been a real mix in terms of what his role might be early. Polk has been just, such a trendy player that can cover up some of the other things that are happening and that are likely to happen. I guess the quarterback play and when they go to May will be interesting. We had such fantastic results from the rookie QBs in preseason week 1, and then didn't really get to see him. And so that would have been fun, because at some point in the season, it seems like they're going to go that direction. I think Jacoby Brissett will play pretty well in the first half. And so it's a question of, will Baker get to play with the guy who can probably execute an NFL offense and unlock him a little bit? Pete, what do you think about Brandon Ayuk wants to be traded but doesn't want to be traded at any team that wants him?
I bet I was laughing at that too. And just thinking about New England, right? Where they're like, they backed up the Brinks truck for Calvin Ridley and he's like, I'm good. And then Brandon Ayuk, who desperately wants to get paid, New England backs up the Brinks truck and he says, I'm good. I mean, the Ayuk kind of like wanting to have your cake and eat it too. I feel like it has to be like one or the other. It's like, just go get the bag, the most amount of money. Like, no one is going to begrudge you for doing that. Capitalize. But then when you start to be like, I want to go here, I want to get this much money. And then it's like, well, now we're trying to triangulate a really tough problem to solve. The Niners being happy, the new team being happy, you being happy. This saga, I'm kind of glad, at least from like the conversation, it has kind of died down. I was sick of writing about it every day in the Fantasy Life newsletter. But yeah, what do you think is the most likely thing that plays out with Brandon Ayuk at this point?
Well, it seems like he's going to end up back with the 49ers and then just get completely covered up by those other 3 stars. So that, from a fantasy perspective, it's gotten very tricky with him.
Yeah, it has. And he has been, regularly falling to the 3rd round of drafts. He went at pick 29 here in the middle of round 3. I continue to find myself trying to get as much like George Kittle as I can, just thinking the worst case scenario is he's already undervalued. And the best case scenario, if something happens, is he's just one of the biggest smashes you're going to get in fantasy. But that's really kind of my only action item for this holding pattern right now. All right, Shawn, we are about to make our final selection, up to 7 wide receivers, but could still use an 8th here. We still have a couple of those rookies you mentioned you were going to potentially move down based on some of the preseason stuff. Franklin, Roman Wilson, Juwan Jennings, Devontae are the ADP plays. Franklin is here at 215. If we really want to plant our flag, anything else you're seeing though?
No, I mean, you couldn't draft any of those other guys ahead of Troy Franklin still, could you? I mean, the other piece of news that came out in the last week is that, and this was already, I think, more or less reported, but just more confirmation that they had a 2nd round grade on him. It's going to be a little bit of a process for a few of these guys. And when you're talking about Franklin versus players who just really are not relevant NFL players, I think you've got to go with the guy who, once the Broncos work through everything, just still has a lot of upside for you. I would think that the concern about where he was playing is offset by the fact that Bo Nix looked good. I think we have less concern that the offense simply won't produce points. And one of the things in that game is it looked like the Broncos could have put up 50 if they had wanted. Now, again, you're playing against backups and all of that, but the Broncos are an undervalued undervalued team for fantasy managers right now.
Yeah, you had to have been pretty excited about how Bo Nix looked yesterday, right? Because all of this stuff about the skill position players and everything, it all falls apart if Bo Nix can't run an offense. You know, if Bo Nix is Russell Wilson, we're all in trouble. If he is good, if he is above average, then we can really start to get excited. So did you like what you saw from Bo Nix?
I did. And, you know, you're playing against non-NFL defenders in a lot of ways. You would expect someone who comes in as a veteran, as an old rookie who's played so many college games and has beaten that style of player, you know, for several years now. You'd expect him to look fine, but you get an idea of what he brings, which is that the ball is going to come out, but everything underneath is not because he couldn't find anybody else and then you check down at the end, right? It's executing the offense very quickly. The ball gets out to the right guy. They run after the catch. He throws the ball down the field some, and the guys don't make the plays. There's a ton of ground to still go. You can't look at that game and be like, oh, well, Bo Nix was a hit for the Broncos. We won't know that for a long time yet. But in terms of being someone that you could draft in fantasy, you do want to see him come out and play that way, in part because you want him to win the job from week one. I think that if you have somebody who probably is a little bit of a lower ceiling guy, although, again, you see the rushing value to him and just how athletic he is. That part of his profile hasn't been discussed enough from a fantasy perspective. But when you have someone who probably is bringing not the highest ceiling, you certainly want him there the whole time. It wouldn't be great for him or the position players if he's like a week 5 or 6 guy. I mean, you want him to go out there in week 1, play pretty well. It looks like that is very much the most likely outcome. Certainly not locked in, but the most likely outcome at this point.
All right, let's recap this team. Fully in the books, 2-6-8-2. Caleb Williams and Tua at quarterback. Ended up getting to 6 running backs in this 0 RB build. James Conner, Chase Brown, Javonte Williams, J.K. Dobbins, Tyler Allgeier, and Bucky Irving. Wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, Xavier Worthy, JSN, Javon Baker, DJ Chark, and Troy Franklin. And then our 2 tight ends, Dalton Kincaid, and the big ADP faller in Cole Kmet. A couple of my thoughts on it. We'll get your final thoughts here, Shawn. I love the 0 running back room. It's like the perfect blend, like you said, of some projectable early volume, some home run hitters, a big contingent upside bet, a big rookie bet who could have a bigger share of the work than his ADP would suggest. Got these 5 elite wide receivers at the top that I feel really good about. And then it's basically saying, can we get some juice from one of these 3 late round guys at various points of the season? DJ Chark, hopefully early on, Baker and Franklin back weighted. Feel good about the tight end room. How do you think we did with this squad?
I mean, this team is a lot of fun. It's the build that I like, where you have the early receivers. Right now, drafts are giving you such dynamic 0 RB options that I think you have to go in that direction. Pete, I wanted to ask you, it seemed like one of the ways we could have changed the roster significantly would have been to make a different pick where we took Caleb Williams. Geno Smith lasts into the middle of 18. He's someone we could have taken with our 17th round pick. If we take him in 17 and take someone else where we selected Caleb Williams, would that have been the thing that made this team even that much stronger? Do you have another guy that you like in retrospect? I mean, there are other running backs there that we didn't need. Any receivers that would have made it so just the overall team from a receiver perspective looks healthier?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. The problem was there wasn't anything screaming at us here. I mean, we've often taken Jerry Jeudy around this selection. He falls to 128. A.D. Mitchell could have been a potential selection. You know, Polk almost comes back to us at 143. I think we probably would have pulled the trigger on him there had that happened. So yeah, but as far as the Caleb Williams thing on its own, I mean, maybe I would have felt that way if we didn't get the mega Kmet slide to kind of really tie that together. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Caleb pick really was an issue. I guess the only other thing would have been like if we passed on James Conner to take like our 6th wide receiver there, right? Like do a Jamison Williams, do an Addison, a Ladd McConkey, and then knowing, hey, we're going to like one of the running back picks at one of these last 3. That's probably the only realistic 2v2 we could have made.
Yeah, and I still really do like some of the running backs in that range. We talk about how zero RB gets easier and easier to play as you get close to the season. You can really wait at that position right now and build a super team.
Yeah. And especially too, when you think about like what's coming into focus with the preseason information, it is understanding these depth charts more than anything. And I think the running back depth charts, there's more signal to it a little bit. Like you mentioned a guy like Tyrone Tracy. I talked about him in the first thing, like where he was playing in the preseason was really encouraging for like, this guy isn't buried on the depth chart. This isn't like a redshirt play. This is a guy who's going to be a factor, and having that confidence, you get all of these really nice targets bubbling up at the end of the draft. That's harder to find with wide receivers. I mean, I like some from a correlated angle, but guys you feel really good about are a little harder to find. Shawn, before we bring Pat Kerrane on for our next draft, let the people know again what you're working on over at RotoViz and why they should head over there and check out your guys' work.
Yeah, we've got our training camp discount going. I have articles will come out this week on every format. We've got our Dynasty Startup Draft going, have FFPC, have Underdog, looking at some of the things that will work there and how you can build out scenarios to have better preparation for your team. Jake Bowes has what I think is one of the most important best ball pieces, Underdog specific, that we will have out all year. That's coming. It either published earlier today or will in the next 24 hours. Michael Dubner has a fantastic piece out. Pete, you work with him all the time. He's one of our absolute favorites. Blair Andrews, as you mentioned, you just did the video. He's going to have some similar things at the running back position. We're having a lot of fun at RotoViz right now.
That's awesome. Make sure you guys check it out. And if you jumped onto the live stream on the tail end and you need to catch this episode on the go, you can keep an eye out for the audio version populating on the Best Ball Banana Stand podcast feed. And also make sure you guys are subscribed to the RotoViz podcast feed, where there's all kinds of great content. There's RotoViz Overtime with Colin Kelly. You got the Stealing Bananas with Gretch and Shawn, all kinds of good stuff over there. And Shawn, we will see you next time on the Best Ball Banana Stand. It's time to bring up our guy, Pat Kerrane. Scuba Kerrane, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the ones and twos.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
All right, Kerrane, it is go time. We are here in the final home stretch. I know we've arrived because we got almost 900 people watching live right now. People are ready for best ball down the home stretch. How are we doing?
Doing good. Yeah, it's a lot of people.
It is. It is a lot of people. We welcome everyone. As I've mentioned a few times, we do this show every Monday morning. You can go back in the archives if you want to see how the ADPs have evolved. I remember last year, Pat and I streamed on the very opening night of Best Ball Mania, and we had fun kind of going back, looking at that team. That was the team where we took Sam Laporta, I think, in like the 17th round. And it always feels good to look back on some of that CLV.
It does, yeah. Laporta didn't even go up like that much that year, right? Last year. I mean, he went up to like the 14th or 15th. He was a smash no matter where you took him.
Yeah, it's funny now because you would look back and you'd be like, well, how did he not rise? Like, he had a really good preseason. It was clear he's going to be his tight end one. But also the collective wisdom of the fantasy community was that, hey, year one tight end, sure, maybe there's some late season upside. Maybe he gives you a touchdown or two in the playoffs. Yeah, that's great. But like, I'm not taking this guy in the 10th round. Like, there's no way he could pay that off.
Right. The rookie tight ends can't produce narrative. Got a little dent in it last year.
It sure did. I feel like the Ben Sinnott one is kind of an interesting conversation right now too, just because I mean, it's so funny because like you can view it both ways. You can be like, we have Zach Ertz that's blocking another guy from being fantasy relevant, or you can be like, well, Zach Ertz generally goes away around week 6 or 7, and then that other tight end really takes off.
Yeah. And I think, an offense that has has plays designed for the tight end is also a good one. And we know that, Kingsbury does involve the tight end. He's the guy that got the Zach Ertz resurgence after he came from Philly a few years ago. So I think Sinnott, I like Sinnott as a prospect as part of it too. I think he's a really good yards after catch player. The fact that he can like do stuff to get on the field, like block and whatnot as like a fullback or whatever isn't like bad to me. Obviously I would prefer that he just like took the Ertz job right away, but Yeah, it's kind of like I was taking a lot of Michael Mayer last year too, as a bet that he would do stuff down the stretch. So I think it's probably more in that camp of bet.
Yes.
Last year we had Musgrave, we had Laporta, Kincaid almost to a lesser extent, but like guys who were like the starting tight ends right away as rookies, which is not common, and we don't have that with Sanat.
And there's some really, we've kind of talked about it through the lens of elite tight end. I did hop us in a Best Ball Mania draft here for our audio listeners. We got the 1-9, so we got a second here. But, ownership through the Best Ball playoff pods really condenses around the tight ends that smash. Last year it was Sam Laporta. We've highlighted it in years previous. It was George Kittle the year you won. It was Mark Andrews there. You get these dynamics where if we do have a league-winning tight end, which I think a lot of us are betting is going to happen from one of those top 7, that person, that player is going to be heavily represented in the BBM finals. And if you can sneak in a player at that position who isn't as well represented, that also has significant upside, not just a jag that you're praying for 2 touchdowns from, that is a really, really helpful piece to have. And guys like Ben Sinnott or maybe a Theo Johnson, they help you kind of triangulate what could potentially be like the leverage hammer in a playoff pod.
This is exactly what happened last year. I mean, Fareed's winning team had Sam Laporta, as I believe 4 of the top 5 teams did, but he did not hit his final lineup in week 17. He helped him get there at the massive week 15 spike week, which is why Laporta was so massively owned. That one spike week was enough. But then he had Juwan Johnson have a spike week in week 17. So it's exactly what you're saying. Like now Laporta was not drafted as an elite tight end. You got best of both worlds. You got the big, huge, chalky spike week from a late round guy, so you don't have to pay for it. But then he wasn't dependent on Laporta doing it again. He had another guy step up as well.
Yeah. And as I said in the elite tight end video, if you can find this year's elite tight end in the late round, you absolutely should do that. You ignore everything I say about the top 7 elite tight ends. Go get that guy in the last rounds. Pat, we're on the clock here. AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, Puka Nacua. I got the fresh legendary upside ranks uploaded here. What are we doing?
I'm sometimes just taking Garrett Wilson here now. You can't podcast with Gretch and not take Garrett Wilson sometimes. So
it's so funny because I've been doing that all summer, and then I stare at my 3.6% AJ Brown. But yeah, I'm not going to complain about taking Garrett Wilson here. It is funny because it is like the Garrett Wilson conversation is kind of similar, and maybe you're not going to like this comp because you're on the other side of it, but it is kind of similar to the Dalton Kincaid, Mark Andrews, as far as like what you're getting versus, or you're getting versus kind of like the super high end range of outcomes is like Garrett Wilson is the 102 next year. Like in a way that's probably not possible for AJ Brown.
Yeah. I mean so I buy that for the Wilson one. I don't really buy that for the Kincaid one.
I knew you wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, because I don't see the talent case for Kincaid is so much weaker than Wilson. Like you can find like some promising little nuggets and stuff. And he was drafted in the first round, but just wasn't that good of a prospect. He was a solid tight end prospect, but Wilson was an awesome prospect and has quietly been awesome. Like, if you look at like the route running stuff, if you understand the context of a situation, even the stats aren't that bad. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious to see how we could be drafting Wilson super high.
We see Jahmyr Gibbs, Deebo Samuel go at the turn. I had predicted that being like the chalk combo if Ayuk was moved, getting that Detroit, San Francisco correlation with the Deebo value bump. But we got drafters still out there and attacking it. We got our guy Starkindler pulling up Devontae Smith to the early second round to pair with Puka. That's definitely a pairing that isn't going to be too frequented in this contest, considering they're both on opposite sides of the board. Pat, we might get a slight ADP faller here. Marvin Harrison or Drake London. We'll see what Tim the Toolman does here at 2-3. He does take Harrison. What would you like to do with Garrett Wilson?
London's good.
Yeah.
Harrison.
Harrison would have been fun. I have seen people posting some shots that he's been sliding. I feel like I got to give it, to the big Marvin Harrison industrial complex. They have weathered a lot this summer. Marvin Harrison not showing up, not making a ton of waves, not making noise, steam from other second-round guys. And the Marvin Harrison folks, they just hold the line, Pat.
They should hold the line. I mean, you want to talk about who could be the 102 next year? He could be the 102.
Yeah.
He could be the 102. You know, he's immediately stepped in as the number one in an offense and was one of the best wide receiver prospects we've had in a long time. Reports have been kind of, yep, he's really good, you know. And we'll see. Like, there might even be. I think we can probably talk ourselves into like, oh man, this guy was good as a rookie, but like, there's actually room for him to take a step further if, you know, targets consolidate or something like that. Like, I think we'll probably come up with a case for why he can take even another step forward. So I'm excited. I'm honestly pretty excited about Harrison. He's one of the guys. I guess I'm part of that industrial complex.
Yeah, no, I am too. I don't want to miss out. And I also think, like, I don't know, there hasn't been. I thought maybe there would be a super clear riser. Maybe it's Debo. Maybe that's the answer to it, of like someone who could kind of usurp him.
Yeah, but like, what do you think about the Debo stuff? Like, I mean, with Ayuk renegotiating, it's almost like we're getting anchored to like enthusiasm.
Yes. No, I agree with you. I'm saying, like, I thought that was the one that could be justified. Ayuk gets moved. Boom. Yes. Draft Debo ahead of
Debo's. Like, this is where he should go if Ayuk gets traded, but like, he probably isn't going to get traded now.
I know. It's pretty sick. But like, going through these names, right? Like Nico, like, man, I have a lot of not a ton of concerns, but I mean, like, Diggs and Tank Dell are real. You can do the second tier wide receiver with Waddle and Cooper Kupp, Malik Neighbors.
You think it could be Kupp?
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe Kupp is the guy who gets pushed up, especially if we get some like negative timeline stuff on Puka.
Yeah. Puka doesn't practice this week.
Yeah.
I mean, he already moved up like 6 spots.
What's funny is Kupp is moving up, but like Puka isn't really dropping. Like Big Puka is holding the line there too.
That's true, which I think he should, but
yeah.
I mean, it kind of makes sense that drafters are like, I'm taking my shot on which of these guys is going to be the number one here this year, because we know that the guy who's like, even in a single week, the guy who the offense flows through can be so big.
Yep. All right, Pat, we are on the clock at 3-9 by ADP. It's Derrick Henry and Michael Pittman. I don't know if we've ever clicked them together.
Let's do Kelsey if you're down for that.
Yeah, I guess the only thought would be, I don't think either Kelsey or Zay are making it back. So let's get our guy. Is this bullishness? Again, the pass catching room getting thinned out with Marquise Brown. Well,
I wanted to then see if I could pitch you on Mahomes when we come back in the fourth.
Yeah, you can. Okay. I haven't done that a ton, but now I am intrigued. I mean, Rashee Rice is like an absolute screamer of boards right now.
Yeah, Rashee Rice won't make it back, but maybe worthy. Maybe we can take Brown, now in like the 9th or whatever.
Yeah, it was funny in my first draft, he went right at ADP, and I was kind of surprised by that. Yeah, what have you seen him drop to? Have you seen him in any?
No, I haven't. I haven't really seen him dropping that much, but I just haven't. I wasn't really taking him, so it's like one of those things where I probably still won't have much because I'm like, ugh, I don't want to take him now that he's injured either. So, sometimes you buy the dip on stuff on guys you've been fading, but this is not really a spot where I'm looking to do it.
Yeah, I could see myself mixing it in, like if I have some of those, because I'm in the same spot, hadn't been drafting him much, but if I get him like, I don't know, say in that range that Addison slipped to, and I have some like dead zone running back stuff where I took like the Etienne and a mix-in faller, I think I would mix him in there. Just being like, I'll get my Marquise Brown shares at the cheapest possible price, but I'm not like going out of my way to scoop the dip there.
I like that.
All right, grab my home tier to set this up.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so here's the team through 4. We start with Garrett Wilson and Drake London, the all hopium wide receiver start. Things will be different this year. And then we get the Mahomes, Travis Kelce, hoping things are not.
Things are not the same. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it's all things will be different.
Yeah.
Context.
Exactly.
It's the all context team.
Yeah. Pacheco does go right after us. I've been talking a little bit in the first couple drafts about preseason usage stuff. I've already mentioned previously, Dwayne is going to join you and Gretch on ADP chasing today at 3:30. Any big things standing out to you from what happened in week 1 preseason?
I mean, it is kind of, it's always fun to get actual information, about how these teams are deploying these guys. I made a bunch of changes in the rankings. I think there's sort of like this thing where you're like, you want to make like really big changes. Then you kind of take a breath and kind of come back to some, like actually went back and read Nathan Yankee's piece from last week 1 of like guys he was like really encouraged by and really discouraged by. And honestly, I mean, my takeaway was largely like, yeah, we really want to pay attention to stuff. He highlighted, Rashad Penny is being like potentially in some real trouble. A lot of the veteran stuff that he flagged was pretty accurate, which is, for week 1 preseason snaps, you might think that it might not be, but I think the place that I kind of like calmed down a little with some of the rookie stuff. Devon Achane was kind of buried right now. And so that's where I think, especially if you have a strong prior and you
Jaylen Wright.
No, Achane this time last year.
Oh, last year. Sorry. Yeah.
Was kind of buried and was like, oh man, he's really got some work to do to get up the depth chart.
Yeah.
And I think he was inactive for week 1. So, I mean, he did, but at the same time, like, so what? Like, if the guy's, what bet is that the dude's really talented and he emerges, obviously that's what happens. So I think just not losing sight of the prior on guys with draft capital who we think are really talented. But some of these deeper receivers that seem kind of buried, like Tez Walker, Luke McCaffrey, these guys, like Luke McCaffrey was a big guy who dropped for me because Dotson played out of the slot. So it's not just that he looks kind of a little buried, but like the role isn't really there for him that I thought was there for him. So yeah, I moved some dudes down.
That was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen.
That's cool.
All right, he goes.
A lot less fun now.
I've been trying to get a little bit more Jimbo here. Keenan slides.
Yeah,
Jimbo's
nice.
All right, let's get Jimbo opposite Garrett Wilson in week 17 is also fun. Yeah, I agree. And I think the other thing about, say, the Devontaes and the McCaffreys, like, if you're like me, I've been drafting a ton of those guys. Not only are they 100% drafted, maybe they're slightly more fragile. Like, I still have, hope for both of them. But it is an awesome time to shift your bets to players who are much lower owned in this contest, who are now not that different of bets.
Yeah.
And it's not saying those guys can't succeed, but it's like, now's the time to flex that scroll the F down muscle.
It is. Yeah, you mentioned Theo Johnson earlier. I mean, I think he's a big one. Yeah. And I mean, some of the guys are boring, like Dameon Pierce. He's like locked in as RB2 there. I'm going to start drafting him. I don't want to, but I'm going to just because he's the RB2. But yeah.
All right, Pat, we're on the clock. I don't think we can afford not taking wide receivers.
I think Adunze or Deontay.
Yeah.
Or
I've been trying to get a little more Deontay.
I would also be open to Hollywood if you wanted to just grab the correlated faller.
Let's see if we can get a mega fall on him. Let's do Deontay.
It makes a lot of sense with 2 wide receivers through 5.
Yeah, let's bank some targets here.
Yeah.
So here's the team so far. We miss out on the premium double with Mahomes, but we do have Mahomes Kelsey. We got Jimbo, aka James Cook, at running back, and then our 3 wide receivers: Garrett Wilson, Drake London, and Deontay Johnson. Now, this side of the board I always find to be a little trickier for not having 4 wide receivers through 6, just because you can really sometimes get shut out. Yeah.
But you're getting shut out less now. It's still it's like 50-50. Yeah.
That's a good point. The board is kind of pushing some of those guys down. How are you buying the dip on a guy like DeAndre Hopkins? Have you found a price for him?
I have him in like the 90s, and I've taken him a few times, but I was hammering DeAndre Hopkins kind of at the 5-6 turn. I was taking him over Deontay Johnson a fair amount. I was a big fan of what he did with Will Levis, and not such a big fan of what Ridley did last year or the year before that. So I have a lot. He's hurt, right? He's an older receiver now with a knee injury. Like, if he does well, if that doesn't derail the season, I'll be happy. But I don't feel that I need to like add to that bet a lot.
Yeah, I think that kind of that dovetails with that. I guess that's a slightly different conversation because it's not like preseason affected. But the thing that kind of warps my brain from how we should be reacting to preseason is holding two things at the same time of like the bet has maybe changed. And I use the example of Cole Kmet. And then in my 2 previous drafts, he slid a full 2.5 rounds past ADP. And then I'm like, is it fully baked out by that point? Or is there still concern that should be applied? Because I agree at ADP, there is now more concern. But then I'm like, 2.5 rounds, did we just immediately calibrate back to a fair price?
I actually don't. So I was going to ask you what you thought about Kmet, because I don't think that's enough. I think Kmet had a pretty good year last year, 21% targets per route run. Hit like 1.69 yards per route run. It was a career year. That's very exciting. Tight ends sometimes develop later. Big quarterback upgrade, probably. But he has so much more target competition now. Like, so much more. Darnell Mooney and Chase Claypool become Rome Odunze and Keenan Allen. Like, oof. And then if you're telling me that you don't have a lock on routes, I really lose a lot of interest. Yeah. So I don't, like, him versus Tyler Conklin is a conversation to me now.
Yeah.
We got
if you want a wide receiver, we can circle back to that. I think like this price on Addison in this build,
I'm into it. Yeah, I'm into Addison.
All right, let's do that. I'm with you, Pat. I think I mostly agree with you. Shawn was kind of like nonplussed by it. I do think like for you redraft bros, and I know now that we have this many people watching, some people are just thinking about things through the lens of redraft. I mean, it is more of a nail in the coffin as a redraft pick. Like, I can't even imagine. Like, we took him on our FFPC main event of like, let's just see what happens. I think we found out what happens.
We found out what happened.
Like, it's a bad pick. Here, you still get some like Dalton Schultz-esque like spike week potential, maybe not as much because it's not as clean of a bet. And also the contingent upside, right? Like if somebody gets hurt, like, so I think there's still some outs in best ball at a bottom, bargain bin price, but I'm with you. It's scary.
Well, I mean, the other thing is that, we talk about what these offensive coordinators, how they utilize the tight ends. And this is the guy who put Noah Fant in a committee with like Will Dissly and Colby Parkinson and kind of whoever else he could find. So he's into that, I'm not sure we can trust Waldron to just use one tight end. I mean, that's really not been his thing. And we've seen teams like this, like in Carolina, they used to just rotate the tight ends constantly. I would do Connor or Warren because he won't come back.
I was going to say, this is a tough spot.
Get that
Where do you get the
correlation?
correlation?
Yeah.
Connor as a 10-pick ADP value is like very hard.
All right, let's do Connor.
I'm finally helping you boost your Jacquard diversity.
My Jacquard's actually pretty good, like kind of shockingly good.
That's what happens.
I'm surprised.
150 puppies.
150.
No,
I'm at 820 drafts, brother.
Shawn and I just took James Conner at 74. I know on the recent rankings pod too, you guys were talking about him and
no, I like him. Yeah.
Like this price to me right here is almost crazy at 88.
Yeah, Connor's like one. Like I wrote this whole series last week on the running backs in this range, and like one of the ideas is that basically you're getting something that you haven't had access to in previous years. I would say Connor is about as clean of an example of that as anybody. He's old, but like that's kind of it. The guy they drafted in the 3rd round has not really made much noise. Looks to be just his straight backup. He's not even working in on third downs. That's going to be Amari DiMercato or Michael Carter. And he was really good last year. He was really efficient. The offense is expected to take a step forward. Like with some of these guys, like Zamir White, you're like, yeah, but he's on the Raiders, and is he even good? You know, Connor's good. Like he's old and maybe he falls off, but he didn't show that last year. So, you know, we used to have to take this profile, like a Chris Carson-y type profile, in the 4th round. And to get it in the 8th, I think probably unlocks some things. Even if it's just kind of solid, usable production. Like Leone, when we were first getting into best ball, like Leone would be like, dude, if this dude stays healthy and like locks down a running back spot for you all year, that's really valuable. I was like, yeah, but I don't want to spend a 4th or 5th round pick on it. We don't have to anymore, you know?
Yeah. And like you said, there are, you know, bets, but they have more warts on it. Like you can do the Mixon and Jacob stuff, but you are having to bet in a pretty big bounce back in efficiency. You're kind of like the
and
rising tide of the offense.
That's opportunity cost a wide receiver, like in a big way.
Yeah. Or you have Zamir White, and it's like, well, this could be a bottom 5 NFL offense. With James Conner, you're getting a guy who was good last year and in an offense that we expect to be very, very fun for fantasy and above average.
And probably pretty willing to run the ball too. Like,
yeah.
So, yeah, Connor has moved up, but you know, have you been a little bit surprised that running backs haven't really been moving up that dramatically?
Yeah. I thought, I mean, you've seen some, like Pacheco was the one who kind of had a rise.
Yeah.
But yeah, you really haven't seen it elsewhere. We're about to pick here at 9.9. We're going to find out if you have a price on DeAndre Hopkins at 105. He does go, so you're off the hook there. Shakir and Shaheed would be wide receivers. Javonte at running back. Njoku at tight end. I don't see anything cute.
What are the other running backs?
Javonte, Singletary, Moss, Spears.
Yeah, I think Javonte is good.
Yep, we took Javonte with Shawn here. Let's grab him as our 3rd running back. What was your take on Broncos like running back usage from preseason? Like, what did you make of the Perine stuff?
Well, Yankees' thoughts were that he doesn't think Perine's getting cut now, which would be, and it also looks like Khalil Herbert's not getting cut. Wouldn't it be hilarious if both these guys just are on their teams? It's like, we can't draft Chase Brown. We can't draft Rico Dowdle because, you know, Perine's coming, and then he just doesn't get cut. Yeah, if Perine doesn't get cut, I think that's bad for Jaleel McLaughlin. It's bad for Audric Estime. Like, we've been kind of pricing in Perine not being there. And so, like, we have, right? That's fair to say. And so if he is there, that's bad.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting. David Njoku goes 1 pick ahead of us. Lockett, like 80 Mitchell, wide receiver, Zach Moss, Blake Corum, running backs, Devin Singletary. What do you think?
I would say Singletary or Lockett.
Let's see. Let's do Lockett. We got a little week 16 there with Jordan Addison. Also gives us another stacking option late. Now we have a bunch of kind of late stacking options, I guess. Rodgers, Cousins, Bryce Young.
We're pretty well set up.
Yeah, I guess like Singletary on this team where I feel like we do have a lot of early season touches with Cook, Connor, Javonte was just slightly less attractive to me.
I know, it's true, but Singletary is also just like, he's another one of these guys from like, I think he's just the starting running back for the Giants.
Yeah.
So
I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that premise.
Yeah. I know, but it's like in the 10th, that has value. You know, I actually, the thing that I'm realizing is that like I'm probably underweight. I'm underweight Blake Corum in a way that I don't like. You know, I haven't been taking Trey Benson that much. I think partly Benson really should fall. Like I think I like Corum less as a prospect than Benson, but that dude's the RB2, and Benson's like, I don't know that he's like, if Benson has less contingent value, I think, because even if Connor were to go down, he probably steps into a 2-down role, and Corum probably steps into just being Kerrane. Right. So I'm like, I think Benson has more to fall, but anyway, Corum and Benson are pretty classic zero running back archetypes. They're the guys that we would normally be loading up on. And I'm actually not taking those dudes as much. Like, I'm not taking Tyjae Spears as much as I thought I would, because Tony Pollard goes like 5 picks before, and I just grab him.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know. I'm a little bit worried, honestly, that I am taking like too much projectable volume, because the projected volume has just never been this cheap. But maybe to some extent it is a trap.
The way I kind of play it is, again, just kind of based on the profiles I have are already at running back. You know, if I do have like a Jonathan Brooks, then I'm always loving to pair a Jonathan Brooks with like a Singletary type. Or a Brian Robinson type. Like on this team, it's kind of funny. Like Starkindler took Spears as his RB1. Like, I think Singletary makes way more sense for his team, and Spears makes more sense for our team as like the RB4. But then we didn't have Spears available. I guess here's the other thing. I think push come to shove, I think I prefer Zach Moss to Devin Singletary straight up.
Oh, I prefer Singletary. I think Moss is, I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of Chase Brown pilled at this point.
Yeah. I think I'm just Bengals backfield pilled, and I just think the amount of opportunity there could just end up dwarfing what's available in New York.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with Singletary is, like, I think Singletary's probably better than Moss. You know, he's shown an ability to consolidate. He's like good enough, and he's shown the ability to consolidate snaps in a big way. So
yeah. If you think though, like how Moss is going to get there, it's probably because like they trust him in third down and like goal line. And
Brown was out there on third down stuff though.
Yeah. I still think like, I don't think Moss is just going to be the early down plot. Like, I think they want to have Brown in early downs too. You know, like they want to have him getting those big plays and not setting up like long down and distance stuff. I don't know. I guess I'm just still a buyer in both these guys. And maybe I just think Moss has a little bit more like true ceiling upside if this offense is like the Miami Dolphins offensive last year, essentially, where there's just all these goal line opportunities. Speaking of projectable volume and projectile vomiting, Gus Edwards and Zeke Elliott.
I think Charbonnet would be the guy if we take a running back, kind of to your point of.
Yeah.
Is there a receiver we can reach for? Because this is pretty gross.
I definitely don't mind Gabe Davis, but other than that, it's pretty gross.
Let's just take Charbonnet.
Yeah, we have the Seahawks thing going. Let's grab him. Yeah, this is the funny spot that it's like now all of the projectile. Why do I keep saying projectile? Because seeing Gus and Zeke makes me want me to buy.
Because that's what they should be called. There's the projectable volume and the projectile volume.
There it
is. And Zeke is projectile volume.
Projectile vomit volume. Yeah. I feel like at least where I'm at with the Chargers now too. I've been just trying to catch up on Dobbins. I took him in the previous 2 drafts. And I don't think Gus is going to be a part of my draft plans down the stretch as he sits here. 15 picks past ADP. I actually kind of like Gabe Davis here. Sure. I don't know if you have any love there for Gabe.
I'll be down.
I don't have a ton of him. I think sliding past ADP in a room where we kind of need to catch up a little bit at wide receiver, and me just like, man, we scroll at wide receiver now, and Shawn and I just found us in that same spot where our last 3 picks needed to be wide receiver, and like it's really thinned out now that some of the hopium is getting sucked out of the room.
Yeah, it has. I mean, a lot of the guys we were excited about late, it doesn't look like it's really happening. Burton has not impressed. Tez Walker's not impressed. Luke McCaffrey. Some of these good. I mean, Jalen McMillan is still really interesting. Yeah. So there's been some winners. I guess I am trying to move quickly on some of this stuff, like because we should expect some of these rookies to be truly nothing. And so if we're seeing that is likely the case, I'm like, all right, I believe you. You know, with these like kind of more fringy prospects or guys who don't have draft capital and stuff.
You're going to get pushback on the Burton hasn't impressed because everyone saw that touchdown. But I assume you mean more like where he was at on the actual depth chart.
Where he's at on the depth chart and how he's looked in training camp. Is that he's worked with like 2s and 3s mostly. Yoshibas appears to have locked down the slot role. And I think that's that's like the worst case scenario for Burton in this. Like, what you would hope is that Yoshibas looks pretty good outside and that they're like rotating Chase more into the slot. And then Burton can kind of 1-for-1 take Yoshibas's job. But if Yoshibas is like their slot, Burton's not a slot. He's an outside guy.
The outside, yeah.
Yeah. So like now, what am I looking? I'm looking at like rotational deep threat, like maybe 40% routes, like the whole season kind of stuff, unless there's an injury. Like that's where I'm worried Burton has fallen too. So now obviously that could change. Like maybe he's just like electric and there's like, we got to get this guy out there more. And Yoshibas is kind of just like eating snaps in the slot and they end up, rotating, kind of just having like a slot rotation that includes some Burton, includes some Higgins, includes some Chase, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's dead, but it's just, I don't love that someone came and just like has established themselves in that slot role, which Burton isn't going to like 1-for-1 take.
Yep. All right. We are coming up on our 13th round pick. Quick recap of the team here. We got Mahomes at quarterback, our 4 running backs, James Cook, James Conner, Javonte Williams, and Zach Charbonnet. Our wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Deontay Johnson, Jordan Addison, Tyler Lockett, and Gabe Davis. And then our 1 tight end still in Travis Kelce. We'll see what happens here. Demario Douglas went. Zeke falls all the way to 148. I was going to float pulling up Michael Wilson, who I've been kind of pulling up to this early 150 range. Yeah. He goes at 150 though. We have both the quarterback options. The Kyle Pitts drafter is behind us if we wanted to lock up Kirk Cousins, but we also have Aaron Rodgers available as well. Depends how you think we play this.
Is there anyone
Rodgers just went. Interesting.
I think maybe we grab Cousins then.
I agree. It's a round past ADP. I think Cousins, Mahomes, we shut it down there. Yeah. I think that works well.
Yep.
Don't risk the Pitts drafter gobbling him up. And it wasn't like I would have had a hard time, I think, passing on Wilson there, but that was off the table.
Yep.
And I feel better about that Gabe pick now, like looking at how that kind of run happened.
It's funny that the reaction in the chat is that Burton will rise, but I do so I just pulled up the notes that Nathan Yankee had. He played late into the second quarter and was behind 6 other wide receivers. Again, doesn't mean like he can't rise, and a lot of these rookies will rise. But it's like, it's not bullish that happened. It's not necessarily hyper bearish, but it's not bullish.
Right. And it's the worst kind of tax to pay, right? Where you're paying the touchdown tax and not the usage tax.
Yeah.
Let's see, Pat, we're on the clock here. Lloyd is the faller with the hamstring injury. We could do a second tight end with a Hunter Henry or Noah Fant. Bateman is the wide receiver. Yeah.
Noah Fant makes sense. I mean, we're betting on the Seahawks.
Yep. Let's do that. Took a lot of restraint for you not to say Hunter Henry to tack on Drake May as a third QB.
I've actually been trying to take a little less Hunter Henry in those situations where I'm like, I'm not going to take Drake May, so don't get anchored to the guy you like clicking Hunter Henry.
Yes. No, I like the Noah Fant pick here. We don't need Geno on this team, but we need the Seahawks to roll here. The Noah Fant, he had that injury scare for a second, but then they said he's completely fine, I believe.
Yeah, he's fine. There's a foot, I think, but he's fine.
So Pat and I are in a spot that's pretty familiar to us. I feel like you and I naturally build these pretty balanced teams where we're not really behind at any position. Mahomes, Cousins, 4 running backs, Cook, Connor, Javonte, Sharbs. I guess you could say maybe running back is the most dire position right now, but then Garrett Wilson, London, Deontay, Addison, Lockett, Gabe caught up at wide receiver, and then Kelce and Fant. So this is kind of max flexibility for running backs and wide receivers the rest of the way.
Yep. Johnny Footballs is saying week 15, 16, and 17 is what we care about. I agree with you. I do think for the rookie wide receiver stuff, there's going to be dudes that just do nothing. And so we want to be price sensitive on. Like if Burton rises because of this, like then bye. You know, like
Yes.
if he's available in the 18th now, you know, okay, yeah, I'm gonna mix him in still. But I think there's a lot of these rookies who don't have top 2 round, you know, they weren't first or second round picks. They're not going to do much as a rookie. So if I can get them for free, I'll still mix them in as bets on pure spike week upside at the end of the season. But if I have to pay more because they scored a touchdown with the second or third stringers or whatever, no thanks.
Right. And I mean, it's not quite the exact same example that I used in the first show. I was talking about the DeMarcus Robinson with Jordan Whittington, and where you're with DeMarcus Robinson, who now is 100% drafted and potentially faces significant late season threat in a guy like Jordan Whittington, who the team can't stop hyping up. That becomes a really fragile pick. Now, it's a little different because Jermaine Burton is a rookie and there's still some black box upside there. But to Pat's point, Jermaine Burton, and I'm looking at the ETR ownership estimates, 100% rostered Jermaine Burton in BBM. Yoshi Voss is at 20%, and it is necessity, or it's capped just by necessity of how the amount of drafts remaining will be. Like maybe he can get up to 40% at something at most. So it's like, if we have information now where the lesser owned guy is the better pick, like you really have to tilt your exposures in that direction.
Yeah. And I probably need to do a better job of that. Like Whittington is a good name. Like he's made noise during camp. You know, day 3 guy making noise at Rams camp. We should pay attention. They're clearly willing to play these guys. And DeMarcus Robinson is not that good. You know, Davis keeps bringing up like, you guys know he was on the Chiefs for like 5 years, right? It's so getting like a slightly worse bet from, you know, what we thought, probably like a meaningfully worse bet from what we thought on draft day. But like now it's like not that much worse, and it's a huge leverage point. It's really nice.
Running backs getting chewed up. Gibson falls. Wide receivers would be like Dortch, Corley paired with Garrett Wilson. What do you think?
I like Gibson.
Yeah.
I think Tracy is fun, but Gibson's like, you know, it's like Tracy could be anything, even Antonio Gibson.
It is like a funny comp with those two. Yeah, Gibson, the faller here. He hasn't been a huge part of my draft plans, but I'll take him here at 177. I mean, at the very least with Gibson, right? Like we feel pretty good about the contingent upside.
Yeah.
I mean, who is even the RB3 on the Pats right now?
I'm honestly, must be Kevin Harris.
Okay.
I think
then
it's Kevin
I feel
Harris.
a lot better about Antonio Gibson as the RB2 there.
Yeah, no, I mean, Antonio Gibson is about as locked in as a number 2, and he catches passes. He's like, what if Tyler Allgeier caught passes?
Yeah. All right, so we grab Gibson, and now we're back on the clock. We could do Tracy. There's also the wide receivers I mentioned, the Dortch, the Corley, do who?
Corley?
I agree. Yeah. You and I both big fans of stacking up teams, even if we don't have the quarterback. So now we have the, you know, ancillary, or as my friend Ron Stewart calls it, the Phantom Seattle stack and the Phantom Jet stack, along with our KC and Atlanta stacks.
Yeah, it's nice.
And again, we go running back, wide receiver there, can continue to, we can go 6 running backs, 8 wide receivers. We could go 6 running backs, 9. If we want to get a scroll the F down tight end, I think we could even justify that even with Travis Kelce. I think we can go however we want.
Yeah, I think pretty balanced.
Pat, let the people know what's going on over at Legendary Upside. We are drafting off the Leg Up ranks, which subscribers are able to directly upload for their drafts. You guys do a great job updating those daily. What else should people know about?
Yeah, we got the Leg Up ranks for Underdog, DraftKings, FFPC. We have Dynasty ranks. Going to have an update on those later today. Ton of content out on the site over the last week. I wrote a 4-part piece on the running backs going in round 7 through 10, and also Rico Dowdle, and then Daniel Raz wrote a piece, came out Saturday, on kind of the macro environment that these wide receiver and running back prices create, and 3 different ways to attack it, with his thoughts on each path. So that piece, I think, you could honestly even start with that piece and then go read mine. But but they kind of all help get you oriented with running back pricing that we've really never seen before in terms of like what touches cost.
Yeah, it's a really good read. And if you guys are subs, you can also get the audio version. Pat narrated that series. So if you'd rather throw it on the headphones and then, follow that up with Daniel Raz's article. Always enjoy reading him as well. Pat, we are heading to the 17-18 turn. The scroll the F down guys are getting chewed up. Yoshivas and Whittington off the board here. Theo Johnson off the board. One interesting QB faller is Geno. If we did want to go 3 QBs, I wouldn't even be opposed to that, just the way we've built this team. What do you think is the play here with this pick?
I mean, I think Geno at a huge ADP discount, who we have double stacked with Charbonnet as well, makes a lot of sense.
I agree. We had a luxury pick here, right? And I think it was to decide if we did it at either quarterback and tight end. And I think going quarterback there makes a ton of sense. And even with the elite quarterback, I did this on my Deposit Kingdom video with Ron. We did a 3 quarterback build with Allen where we got an insane value on Rodgers too. And it's like the way the pod dynamics work, having 3 separate unique stacks is so valuable.
Yeah. Like if you had Jared Goff last year, he would have gotten you through. It would also have been nice to have Lamar Jackson,
It would have.
So I think with a guy like Allen, I'm a little less inclined to do it because part of the appeal is that Allen's just going to like be the dude every single week. But Mahomes is more of a pocket passer and he has had some down games. So, I mean, it's not something I'm looking to do, but that's like 30 picks of ADP value, like more than that.
All right, Pat, our final pick, like not a ton of like really good scroll the F down. Like, I don't think you're going to be interested in Ray McLeod, or maybe you would be.
Honestly,
Kirk.
Sure. He's correlated with Cousins.
Yeah.
That's the only not drafted at all.
Correct. We get an 8th wide receiver here. Let's do it. Rondale Moore, of course, out for the year, and McLeod was already running ahead of him before that happened. I did want to get like a pick there that was a scroll the F down. Some of the fun ones, like I said, had gone. I guess we could have done something like I don't even know who it would have been otherwise. They got chewed up in this room.
They got chewed up, yeah. McLeod's honestly a pretty decent one if you have Cousins because, he's a starting receiver. He's been the starting receiver the entire time. Moore was down, like he was with the 2s or 3s. He's on a separate practice field than the starters. Yeah. So I'm not I didn't expect that to happen. I was drafting Rondale Moore before I heard that news, but Raymond McLeod immediately took that job. So, and I'm not that into Darnell Mooney. So if you're telling me like he could be the 3rd target on the Falcons, I'm open to that idea. Yeah,
and we had a pretty fragile wide receiver room. Like, Lockett's efficiency dipping. Maybe Addison does get hit with a suspension. Like we need some like just non-complete flyers on this team. The Corley stuff is bullish, but you still never know with a player like with his kind of prospect profile, like he could be more of a 0 than we'd want. I think grabbing an extra wide receiver and then just correlating it sub 10% in this contest makes a ton of sense. I'll do a full recap of this team. I know we have a ton of new people. If for some reason you guys aren't on Underdog Fantasy, that's of course where we are drafting. You can get up to a $250 deposit match with promo code Pete. So if you put in up to $500, they'll top off your account with another $250. They'll also hit you with a Pick'em special. I'm getting excited to get back in the Pick'em and Champion streets now that preseason is here. And even if you are just a home league player, I've been talking about this on the Deposit Kingdom too. It's the best place to practice for your home league draft. I actually saw Pat's guy Daniel Raz from Leg Up saying his league mates at his home draft had printed off Underdog ADP and were drafting off of it.
Wow.
And obviously you need to be concerned about different format settings, etc. But it is a really good place to understand generally how these players should be valued. And you're already probably way ahead if you've done a few of these drafts and then go compete against your home league buddies.
It's so true. It's so true.
All right, let's get this refreshed in here. This draft just wrapped up. I'll give the full recap, and then we'll get Pat's thoughts on this 3-5-8-2. Mahomes, Cousins, and Geno Smith. Our 5 running backs, Jimbo, as you have to call him now, not James Cook, James Conner, Javonte Williams, Zach Charbonnet, and Antonio Gibson. Jimbo and Gibbo, I'll work on it. Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Deontay Johnson, Jordan Addison, Tyler Lockett, Gabe Davis, Malachi Corley, Ray McLeod, and then Travis Kelce and Noah Fant. Pat, we just missed out on the Xavier Worthy premium double. This is like a very well-structured team. I think it's fun for us because a lot of wide receiver targets that we're not normally clicking.
Yeah, no, this was a fun. We kind of got out of the comfort zone a little bit. To your point, Deontay Johnson is the wide receiver 3 on this type of builds is really nice. I really like that we went with Jordan Addison, who might not be suspended this year. So that's like a really nice boost to this wide receiver room if we get that. Tyler Lockett, another, like, we were a little bit behind, so getting that like kind of value wide receiver 5. We got a solid starter in Gabe Davis as a wide receiver 6. So we fell behind a little bit at receiver, only 2 through 5, but then we got 4 guys after that who all fit with that sort of structure. So that makes me feel really good. And then we still got a correlated bet at the very end in Ray McLeod, who will be leveraged if he does anything in the playoffs. And then Malachi Corley is actually a correlated rookie bet, even though we don't have the quarterback. So I really like the wide receiver room, even though it doesn't look a lot like my other wide receiver rooms. I also like that we have just 5 running backs here, even though we didn't take our first until the 5th, because we got potentially like huge volume discounts in Conner and Javonte. So yeah. It's a fun build. I feel really good about the structure. I wish we got Worthy, but
yes,
still fun.
That would have been really nice. I mean, we have really nice stacks, you know, Mahomes, Kelce, Cousins, London, Ray, Geno, Sharbs, Lockett, Fant. We didn't do a ton of week 17 correlation, basically none on our main stacks. We did elect to go Conner over Warren. Didn't get a Commanders player, not a ton of options there if you kind of miss out early, and we were already talking about maybe some of the issues with Luke McCaffrey late now, and then nothing with Chicago either. So how do you feel about that? Because some people, you know, the correlation bros, they might come after you for having no week 17.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer to have bringbacks on the week 17 stuff, but in order of what I would like, I'd prefer to have my quarterbacks stacked, then I would prefer to have bringbacks on the stacks, then I would prefer to have additional correlation built into the team. So we have 1 and 3. We don't have, because we have that whole, we have, first of all, I mean, we actually do have a stack with a bringback. It's Garrett Wilson, Malachi Corley with James Cook brought back. So we're betting on that game to be a high point scoring game. We're also betting on Mahomes to flow through Kelce, you know, no one needs to fight. The Steelers don't need to fight back. We just need, 3 touchdowns to Kelce coming through from Mahomes. So there is correlation on this team, even if we don't have bringbacks from Chicago, bringbacks from the Steelers, bringbacks from the Commanders.
And I think the extra out, right? If you're weighing these things, like often a 2 quarterback team, you're kind of freeing up the spot, right? Because you think if you have the 3rd quarterback, you're also wanting that stacked. So that alone right there is like minimum 2, probably 2 to 3 other roster spots dedicated to that 3rd stack. If you only do 2 quarterbacks, you free up those 3 spots, and now you're kind of prioritizing week 17 correlation. You kind of have to diverge where it's like we prioritize the 3rd extra stack. So the way this team wins is because we have the right pieces to hit the week 15 stack, the week 16, and then a low-owned week 17. Whereas maybe in some scenarios, you do need that specific game stack. This could just be a GG. We're toast if that happens. But I'm with you. I want to prioritize those team-level correlations above everything else.
Yeah. And in some ways, like, this was a situation where we got sniped, right? Like, we wanted Rodgers with Garrett Wilson and a Cook bring back. He goes the pick before us, and we grab Kirk Cousins, and it's sort of a backup in a sense. So yeah, we don't have my preference would be that Rodgers fell to us there, but he didn't. And it's like, it's not a big deal because we just went with the flow, and we tackle on Ray McLeod. We get this double stack with Kirk Cousins, and then we also kept building the Jets thing. To me, it's like if you get sniped, just like pivot, and then also don't forget about what you were doing with the stack you got sniped on. Keep building that out if it makes sense to.
And I do think like the James Conner versus the Jaylen Warren selection, even aside from your massive Jaylen Warren man crush, is like a really good example of like thinking through like how much correlation has worked. Like Jaylen Warren was a great pick there. He would have been the slam dunk pick if Conner wasn't. But the ADP value on a guy like Conner, who I do think is better set up than Warren, and I also think is going to get more expensive in the coming weeks. That was like, to me, that's where it shifted back over to James Conner, and the week 17 wasn't the priority.
Yeah, and Conner used to be this cheap, but he probably won't. If you show up with Conner in a pod, you're probably going to have a pretty different team than the other Conner teams in that pod. Because we took a lot of guys who, like you're not going to see much Ray McLeod and James Conner at this price. You know what I mean? So it's, I think taking advantage of the ADP value, it's going to get you different. It's going to get you a different version of the team from that time period. So I do like that we grabbed the ADP value, even though it hurt a little bit not to take a correlated Warren.
I know. I knew it hurt you.
It did.
There.
I mean, it did hurt.
So I'd mentioned this before. I'm going to pull up here. You guys on Ship Chasing today are going to be breaking down preseason week 1 with Dwayne. That's going to kick off at 3:30. No Sam, no Davis Maddock. Can the show survive without their contributions today?
Well, normally it takes us, I'd say, about 45 minutes to cover one topic. So I would say it could take 50 to 60 minutes for a topic today, but it's not, the bar is already pretty low. So I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, you guys will you will be fine. That show is going to kick off at 3:30. I should also mention Pat, Gretch, and I, we are underway with our high stakes drafts over on Ship Chasing. We're doing one with Davis on Thursday night. That'll be 9 p.m. Eastern, FFPC main event. That's a contest that has $1 million top prize, $1,800 buy-in, and we always have a blast drafting with Davis. And you can watch our draft last week with the stat chasing guys. I thought that team and that draft turned out really well.
That was a very fun draft. Yeah, it's the heart of the season, man. When we're doing main event drafts, that's when you know. To that point, I'm gonna be working on my legendary running back article over the next week or so. So look for that on Legendary Upside. That's where I got the name from, the Legendary Running Back series. So going to be going to the future. This is, I'm pretty busy. Got a little baby girl and everything, but I'm still finding time to travel to the future, see exactly what's going to happen with these early round running backs. I may, if I have a time for another trip, I may do the middle round running backs like I did last year. But seeing what these upside scenarios look like, seeing what these downside healthy, play all the games, but just don't really move the needle kind of downside scenarios look like. And I come back, report on them, and we can dial in our early round targets that way.
Where are you cutting it off? Like, are you going through Etienne, Pacheco, or a little higher than that?
So I've traditionally cut it off through the first 2 rounds because the
right.
premise of the piece is that you need legendary upside in the first couple rounds. So you're taking on this big bust risk. And in order really for that to make sense, you need a guy who can absolutely smash. Otherwise, like if you're just looking for a small, solid hit, just draft a receiver. Just a lot safer approach. But receivers generally don't give you that like, holy shit, earth-shattering season. Now, when you get into the 4th round, like we saw with Etienne last year, Etienne had a really good season. He was a nice hit. That was a big deal. You didn't need a legendary season. Breece Hall kind of almost gave us one down the stretch. That was pretty sweet. That you'd prefer that, but you don't need that in round 4. So I'm probably going to do, like, I'll probably cut it off with Kerrane. Maybe I'll include round 3. Maybe I'll do Henry. But Kerrane, I think, has he might end up in the 2nd, where I don't think Henry does. So yeah, I'll cut it off around there.
Kyron's a good cutoff One, we already know what a legendary season kind of looks like from him.
Right.
And even the Derrick Henry Bulls, I think, admit that he's going to get there just on an insane touchdown expectation, which is only like one prong of the legendary upside thesis.
Right. Right. Yeah. And I think Henry, I mean, sometimes you'll get Henry in the fourth. You never really see Kerrane fall that far. So as far as like the opportunity cost part of it, Kyron's opportunity cost is pretty consistently high. Henry's occasionally you'll get, I mean, you can get Henry at the 3-4 turn where there's been a tier break at receiver. So that's a big part of it too, is like if the opportunity cost is lower, then you need less. So Kerrane, Jonathan Taylor, Saquon, those guys all still require Etienne, who I think I'll be excited about. But yeah, all those guys require a big opportunity cost, which is again kind of a core component of the whole exercise, is that you really are sacrificing something big, and so you need some big upside to help make up for that.
Yeah, I would say the guys I'm going to be most excited to read your blurbs on would be Gibbs, Etienne, Taylor, and Barkley. Those are the four that, like the upside scenarios for like CMC, Bijan, Brees, and Kerrane, like it's just so much more clean in my head, like how that plays out, partly because we've already seen it for basically all of them except Bijan. But the efficiency all-stars in Gibbs and Etienne, the bounce back thesis with Taylor, the bounce back thesis with Barkley, like those start to be a little bit more complicated at their price tags.
Yeah, no, it'll be fun. Leone's been encouraging with this whole concept where he's like, this is actually like a thing. Like people, like this is a mode of analysis or something where like, and as I do it, I'm like, like every year I come away from actually just trying to like envision the scenario in which, and by envision, I mean literally traveling to the future and seeing it, how this happens. It's like, it's revealing like how hard it is, right? How hard is it for this to happen, or how easy is it? Sometimes I'm like, I didn't really work hard at all to get this guy to 23 points per game. Like this was easy. And it is more, I would say, I wrote this as more of a redraft sort of concept. I think it really does apply to best ball, but it especially applies to redraft, where we're taking those like really big swings and trying to find the league winners every year. So, if you're dabbling in best ball watching this and you're more of a redraft player, that's actually the primary purpose of it.
Yeah. And I think that's a good note. And I've been trying to, sprinkle in more redraft stuff too, because I know a lot of people now are watching, just because best ball content is so omnipresent and underdog content specifically, that sometimes they're like, well, this is the only content I could consume if I want to hear about fantasy football draft strategy. And so kind of illuminating some of those tweaks. And I did an article up on Fantasy Life too, where I looked at underdog ADP relative to the other major redraft platforms, Yahoo, ESPN, Sleeper, to find the biggest mispriced players. And one, there's some insane values, obviously, but two, it does change how you can approach a draft, to where in my Yahoo article, I suggested starting running back. Like you can get one of those top three, you can come back and get an Etienne or a Kerrane, and then you just have a wealth of wide receiver options where you're getting guys like Xavier Worthy in the 10th, JSN in the 11th, like just absurd values where you can almost take more of a spray and pray approach, which is like the inverse of what we do on Underdog, where we take the spray and pray approach at running back.
Is this Isiah? Is this all this underdog ADP? Is this just to get, like, did Evan Silva plan this to get us to tout RBRB in Yahoo home leagues? Like, is this how they get us, Pete, to where we actually start suggesting running back starts?
I know. I couldn't believe it myself. I'll also mention Chess Liam is going to be joining us in a second. He said he had to restart his comp. He had too many Dalton Kincaid tabs open, and I think it was bogging him down. No, he is here. So Pat, we are going to let you go. Fun drafting with you. I'll catch you on ADP chasing later today at 3:30, and then of course our main event draft on Thursday. We'll see you later, Pat.
See you later.
All right. It's time for chess. Liam, did you get the cookies cleared out? The cash? Are we ready to roll, Liam?
We're all set. We're all set. Happy to be here. How you doing, Pete?
I'm doing good, man. I always enjoy drafting with you. I don't think you need a ton of introductions, but if not, I got the BBM2 champ here, Liam. Fun fact, Liam actually bested the team that Beimfor and I had that finished top 10 in BBM2. It was cooking. And then I had this demoralizing realization that Liam's team had us like completely blocked. And we had what in otherwise would be the nuts. You know, you have Rashad Penny, you have Jamar Chase, you have all the guys going nuclear. And then you look at Liam's roster, who has all the same guys, plus Noah Fant, plus Aaron Jones, plus JT. So, you know, I'll never let that go. My chess coach not letting me win BBM2, but it's good to be here with you nonetheless, Liam.
You were like 7th, to be clear. So there was a couple other guys in the way, right?
Yes, there were. But in my head, I've just blocked them all out, and you are the public enemy.
That's fair. Hey, you need motivating factors. I think like Devontae Adams was your key that year, right? Like if he had that big Sunday night game, maybe you could have jumped up there. But I mean, just you guys streamed that draft, which is a crazy part of best ball history.
Yes, it is. You can go find it on the channel. Gonna hopefully be every year around August, around the date. I try to connect with Beimfor to recapture the magic of that team. So we'll see if we can do it again here this year. But Liam, how is your 2024 offseason going? I know we did a video on the Deposit Kingdom channel a month or so back. People really enjoyed that. But how's the streaming? How's the best ball volume? How's that all going?
It's going good. I mean, this year feels different, you know, with I would just say like the casualness of the best ball streets at this time of year and the amount of information we're receiving, where, you know, it seems like a perfect storm where, like, you know, beat writers, you know, fantasy people, they all understand how important best ball is and like how much we want this information. So like we're getting, like, for most teams, we're getting beat writer reports like every day about like tangible, like Daenerys Prince with the twos, you know, or like Jordan Whittington. We had heard about before yesterday. We've heard about Jordan Whittington, right? Like, you know, Jordan Rodriguez was like probably the 4, the big 3's locked in, but you know, has a shot at being the 4. And then we see him yesterday. And then Barstool has those drafts where they stream. And after that happened, I just feel like best ball is getting bigger. Plus, you have bigger, you know, audiences. It getting pushed to bigger audiences. So just feels like best ball is big, but we're still so new. I know we say that as a joke, and it just feels like it's gonna like really, really blow up in a couple of years.
Yeah, it is. You know, and I was just talking about it with Pat, how it's almost like permeated a lot of the redraft conversations in, I think, an exciting way too, just because you have such a large data set of drafters with skin in the game, which is a really good way to get closer to, you know, what is accurate or how these players should be valued. Liam, I hopped us in a draft here. We got the 103. I see some of my friends in this draft, JGFC, back-to-back 101s in these drafts. 101 in the Shawn draft. But we are on the clock here. CeeDee Lamb falls to 3. What are we doing? Are we worried about the holdout, Liam?
No, we're not. We're smashing that. I've been getting some CeeDee Lamb 103, which is just like quintessential, I don't know, week 1 brain. Like, sure, would I prefer that CeeDee Lamb was practicing? Yes. But do I think there's any threat of him actually missing time? No. You know, so I think you just buy these gifts. You buy the second round Puka. Have you gotten any of those? Like I got a Bijan Puka BBM5 yesterday.
Okay, that's nice.
Have you been streaming all your drafts or just most?
I just started sneaking in some where I'm not streaming because I'd saved a chunk where I was like, I want to have about 20 in August that aren't streamed. And so I've done like 4 or 5 of those basically. Yeah.
And I was going to say, like, if you're streaming all your drafts, you're never going to get that Bijan Puka team because the people on the inside of the turn are going to be too sharp. But like, this is what pushed Puka to me in the second round. Someone took Saquon, someone took JT. Of course, someone had to get their big dog at pick 15. And then, you know, like Marvin Harrison went or something. Then I got Puka, right? And it's like, now that's one of my favorite BBM5 starts is just that second round Puka, you know?
Well, that's the funnest thing. Like for the people, if you haven't been drafting all year, you're like, oh, okay, like Puka's dropping, whatever. I haven't. But for the people who have been drafting in the same ADP environment over and over, it's like, holy shit, I get this combo that I haven't had access to. And yeah, I'm with you on the CD Lamb. Like, if you're worried about it, think about how you felt in June, where you're like, man, I never get a 102. I can never get CD Lamb. And it's like, well, guess what? Now you can get a little bit of him at 103. So yeah, I think that's a no-brainer. I've been sun running my stream draft slots. I believe I had 109 this morning. But then I've had a CeeDee Lamb, a Tyreek Hill, and another CeeDee Lamb team. 3 of 4 of these early draft slots today.
That feels real nice. I would like the other temporary news cycles that I've been buying dips on has been the injured guys, you know?
Yeah.
Where it's like, I read these opinion of these Twitter doctors and they're all like, 4 weeks, 2 weeks, like no concern. But then I got Hollywood Brown at like pick 80. You know, Jordan Addison goes in the 100s, both in a total points format too, where like, you know, like the marathon, which is just total points weeks 1 through 17. We don't care if Jordan Addison misses weeks 15, 16, 17, but pick 100 now for him, you know. Hopkins, very similar. So yeah, just crazy. These mini news cycles. How have you been playing that? Have you been hammering these? Like even Josh Downs, at pick 150. Like I'm just taking him there when the next names are like, Wan'Dale Robinson and co.
Yeah, let's circle back to that so we can make our picks, because I think it's such an interesting thing. All right, we're on the clock. I just have ADP loaded in here. Barkley, Cup, Neighbors, Evans, Ayuk, Devontae. What do you like? I
mean, Saquon like plays for week 17, but I don't think we're gonna do that with the stream draft. Let's do Cup.
Yeah, let's grab Cup. He's been a big riser recently. How do you feel about him relative to Puka? Just still a big buyer in that entire offense?
I've always thought it's justifiable to like Cup would have made my list as one of the guys you can take at the 1-2 turn just for a unique combo. And so, I mean, in the years where Puka goes down, Cup is healthy. Like Cup is probably a monster. Even in a non-injured year, he's probably a monster. Reports have been good. So is there downside risk? Sure. You know, like he's old, he's gotten injured, but you know, I just generally want to be buying him. But, you know, I feel the same way about a lot of the wide receivers there. I'm a little surprised that Neighbors went still there. I saw the coach said it's not a fracture, which is not like a positive way to phrase that. I think we go Devonta Smith here. And then this just it's fine enough correlation as is. But what makes it really special is Hurts falls to the 4th round a lot, which just feels like very, very wrong.
Well, it's been a theme of the drafts this morning. So I did a CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Smith, where I got Hurts at pick 47. But then Shawn and I did a draft. We took Tyreek Hill over Lamb, still took Devontae Smith, and then passed on Hurts twice because Shawn doesn't like Hurts. So Hurts went early 5th. And we passed him. I actually need to circle back and even see where he went. But I'm with you. I like having outs to getting Hurts there, and we start Lamb, Cup, Devontae Smith. But to circle back to your thing, what's so, sometimes say like the Marquise Brown, right? He has like an ADP of 61. He gets hurt. And because there's sometimes an anchoring effect in the draft, maybe he goes right at ADP or right. And I'm like, I don't want to take him at ADP. I want a discount. But in these sharp rooms, there's an immediate calibration to the new information. Like Cole Kmet has gone 25 picks past ADP. DeAndre Hopkins went at 105 in the draft before. You mentioned the Josh Downs example. And it's like, I understand being concerned, but then isn't most of the concern baked out when the room properly, handles that news? And then it's like, I guess I do want more at these prices.
Yeah, I've just been buying first of all, I wasn't really into a Hollywood Brown already, whereas like I thought he was like kind of coin flipping with Worthy as far as like who would have more fantasy points, and he's just kind of like old. So I want to be getting him though when he gets cheap. And then the same thing with Jordan Addison. Like I was going to have 0 Jordan Addison at pick 60, just like ran super hot on touchdowns, quarterback concerns, went ahead of like a bunch of other wide receivers I like. But a pick 100, pick 80, pick 90, okay, unless he gets suspended significant time, which he could, I guess, like it's not great. Just going to be a big value there. Rashee Rice is one where I don't feel like I bought enough of the news dip with him. I got a couple teams, but like not as much for like, it's going to feel so obvious if he is just like, a lot of people have made the Monraw comp. So he's a guy who, even though I'm not getting the best price on, I'm still forcing in my drafts a little bit.
Yeah.
What reason does Shawn give to disliking Jalen Hurts? Because to me, elite quarterbacks were fine enough in the second round last year, where yes, a lot of players busted in the second and third round. So like them not being a bust is boosting them up some. But now we're paying fourth round prices for them,
Yeah.
And there's a lot of quarterbacks to like, but
for him, it's not from what I can tell, an anti-Hurts case is so much of just a massive opportunity case where he really likes the wide receivers and tight ends that go there, and just feels like it's still too much to pass up on those guys. That's just kind of what I've inferred from doing all of our drafts, but it was very hard to pass on fifth round Jalen Hurts today on a Devontae Smith team.
I can't pass that ever,
Yeah.
I don't even risk it. Like,
yeah.
I don't even risk it at the fourth, because I don't know. Like, yeah, it is an opportunity cost. And like, there are so many quarterbacks to like, is the hard, like Justin Herbert goes at pick 150, but still, it's like, give me the single week upside of a Hurts when we're trying to win $1.5 million.
That's right. And we are about to be on the clock in the fourth round here. Pacheco comes off the board. Etienne's here.
Let's get an Etienne.
Yeah. I love Etienne at this price at 410. Yeah. Etienne, Lamb, Cup, Devontae Smith. Do you have a lot of Etienne this year?
Yeah, I prefer Etienne over Pacheco. I think that whole running back core of Pacheco, Etienne, White, and James Cook is very interesting, where let's make our pick here first. But basically, Pacheco started behind Cook and White, and then a couple streamers came on the air and were like, we don't really like White, could be a dead zone back. And so the market really took that to heart.
Do you want to get your guy?
You rather go running back? I'm thinking if we go Bill, we're going James Cook here.
I'm fine with James Cook. Who do you, or is Andrews tantalizing you too?
Yeah, I like Kincaid. I like Andrews. Honestly, I like all these players. I even like a Jaden Reed here. Let's do Cook though.
All right, let's do Cook. And this is how we stick it to Davis, right? You got Davis to draft James Cook in the fourth round, and so I got him in the fifth round here.
Did we go fourth round? I don't quite remember. But here's the point on like a Cook still is, okay, Pacheco went at a very reasonable price here. It's a stream draft. It's not going to be as running back heavy. Pacheco is going in the third round at times, even the second round at times I've seen. The thesis of Cook versus White versus Pacheco has not really changed that much, right? Like Pacheco, people are getting excited because, okay, they just see 3-down workhorse potential for the Chiefs. And then there's also a significant factor of just Chiefs go Burr and the Mahomes effect, like Mahomes, Super Bowl winning quarterback, Chiefs go Burr. And a lot of people are like, yes, this is a year where he's going to throw for 50 touchdowns. He's going to throw for 5,000 yards again. I kind of doubt that in the cover 2 era, where like he didn't, like that's not really how the NFL was playing coverage at a significant percentage back then. But I still think the Chiefs are going to be much better on offense, right? And it is exciting to take Pacheco. But, you talk about Rachaad White. Okay, maybe Bucky Irving plays a lot. Like he did look good in the preseason, but White was a 3-down workhorse, is super athletic, and the Bucs had terrible interior offensive line play the last year, and I think that is a large factor of why he was inefficient. So even if White is at like 80% of last year, that is a smash. And then Cook, there are significant questions with the Bills in many ways. Number one, which a lot of people are just assuming Josh Allen is going to run again. Josh Allen ran for 15 touchdowns last year. That is by far an outlier season for him. He's been around like 6, 9, 7, 8. So 15 is a big jump. And what the Bills started last year saying is they started the year saying, we want to save Josh Allen from hits. And then the Bills were 5-5, and they were staring at not making the playoffs. And Sean McDermott would have been fired. Joe Brady would not have been the OC. And so these guys said, you know what? You know what gives us the best chance of making the playoffs and keeping our jobs? Letting Josh Allen run the football. So maybe they just keep that, from week 1 from the jump. Or maybe they're like, you know what? We're going to save Josh's legs until we have to. And the Bills were in playoff mode starting like week 10 last year. So I think that's a significant question of if they are as run heavy with Josh to begin the year. And while I generally prefer the cheap pass catchers of the Bills, Cook will just feel pretty obvious in hindsight if he's a smash. He's athletic. He catches passes. He's explosive. He actually catches passes down the field, where most running backs have a negative ADOT. He has a positive ADOT because he can run legit routes, So, and in best ball, Cook is going to have some 40-point games. We don't really care when they happen. Of course, we prefer them week 17 for something like BBM5, but I'm pretty confident he'll have some big games.
Yeah, I think the one I've been more on Ray Davis just from a portfolio perspective, and I think the preseason utilization has been pretty encouraging that Ray Davis is also a really good pick at cost, but I'm definitely on board with both of those guys potentially being able to return value because I think there's so much room for an RB2. We saw what they were trying to do with Latavius Murray last year.
Anti-Johnson.
I still like, yeah. So real quick here, Liam, before we pick at 70, we are in definitely a wide receiver heavy room when you see JSN come off at 65, Keon Coleman at 66, Hollywood falls to 67. There was a small chance Kittle was going to make it all the way back to us. Still a couple interesting wide receiver options here, but they are really getting chewed up. Your guy Rachaad White is here. If
I want to go White.
Comes back.
I want to go White, and let me explain why. So this room is not a perfect representation of a normal room, where in general, in these more normal rooms, I want to be building, as the rooms get softer, what that generally means is wide receivers get pushed down. But even in this room, one way you take advantage of a Hollywood past ADP, one way you take advantage of an Addison at a cheap price, one way you take advantage of a DeAndre Hopkins at a cheap price is you hit these middling round running backs who previously we were pairing these guys with Mike Williams and Brandon Cooks. But now you get to get these running backs who no one really disagrees on the upside potential on them. And then you also get to tack on Addison, Hopkins, whatever, So that's a way I think we can beat these softer rooms as we go.
I think it's a good point and it goes to knowing what you can get later in drafts, being able to reverse engineer some selections. And we do see all of the wide receivers get chewed up unless we do want to pull up Addison here, or do we hold our ground, take a guy like Evan Ingram or a running back?
I'll defer to you on this one. I'm okay with the tight ends. I'm okay with Hopkins or Addison. And I'm also okay with Kamara as wideout for still taking Addison there is fine, right? He will in random rooms he'll fall, but with us being on stream and talking, we were never gonna get one of those two. So Addison is wide receiver 4 on this team is pretty sexy,
And I think where I would have, and again, just seeing how the room was shaking out, I would have said probably 0 chance that Rachaad White comes back to 75. Let's not say 0. Let's say less than 10%. I guess my question to you would be on the 2v2, knowing we did have to pull up a wide receiver to make this work. Do you actually prefer White, Addison at this cost to insert any one of these wide receivers with James Conner and play that 2v2 out?
I don't really think Addison is that different of a bet from those other guys. If Addison's playing the full season, his median projection is actually probably better than Jameson, Ladd, Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
So I really feel and White is just such a White is a much more comfortable click to me personally versus Alvin Kamara, James Conner, David. Like after he goes, these are a big tier break for me, at least feeling wise. Like can Kamara be a smash again at his old age? Of course he could. Could James Conner hold up the whole season? Sure. Right. Could Montgomery, could Gibbs get hurt in Montgomery smashes? Of course. Right. But the trio of Etienne, Cook, White, we can stop at 4. Like we can stop at 4 and be done. So now we're giving ourselves volume at quarterback, tight end, whatever. We of course can go 5 if there's like 2 we really like. I think Cook I like Ray Davis a lot too. Like I have a lot of Ray Davis, just hoping he'll be the goal line back or whatever. But there are definitely seasons where Cook is just like a workhorse,
Yeah. This is what happens I've been fortunate. I haven't had to say in my streamed rooms for a while because I feel like I've had some normal rooms the past few weeks. This is by far the most wide receiver heavy room I've had. We see Addison, who we took 75, Hopkins 76, like all of these discounts they do exist. I promise if you're watching the stream and you're wondering, this is not reflective of if you do a Best Ball Mania draft tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, it will not look like this. You will be able to get Addison and Hopkins much later. So we are having to react to the room. In general, I agree with Liam's thought there that I think you can grab some of these dead zone running backs by the dip on those wide receivers. I just think in this room, it didn't break for us in a way where we could actually take advantage of the dip.
It didn't. Yeah, like in a lot of rooms, we would be able to go White there, then Christian Watson, and then Addison would be our next pick. But still, like look at our full team right now. Like our full team right now is CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver 1, Cooper Kupp, Devonta Smith, Jordan Addison. Like we have a strong 4, and we have a strong 3. I think building like the 7 like this, where you have overlap at flex and your 2 starting spots, is just generally like a good safe build, and then you just kind of like build depth from there. Do we want to risk missing out on Dak? Do we think these guys on our inside?
What do you think about grabbing Ferg?
100% Ferguson, 1,000,000% Ferguson.
I'm
high on Ferguson, so Ferguson is kind of just like a cheaper Kincaid bet. Like probably not the same talent level, but just like number 2 on the Cowboys.
Yeah, but I mean, the Kincaid bet is like getting to lead that team in targets, whereas like that's just not in the range of
Ferguson is the Hawkinson bet. Like he's not a top tier athlete. He is a volume bet on a good team.
Well, I haven't been into him, but this is like the perfect spot to get him. 10 picks past ADP on a CeeDee Lamb team. Like this broke real nice for us.
I know some other sharp people are not on Ferg, but I really like him as like he flashed 40-point upside in the real NFL playoffs. I feel like we should be valuing his ability to hit a high weekly ceiling. And it's just like one of these quarterbacks is overwhelmingly likely to be on the winning BBM5 team, in my opinion. One of Kyler, Stroud, Love, Burrow, Prescott, Jaden Daniels, Purdy, Goff, like these guys who like we like all these statues, and it's really just depends on who has the best season.
I was just trying to pull up here. So Liam and I did a draft on the Deposit Kingdom channel a few weeks back. Here it is. This how to build a super team. No, it requires balls. Check this out, because one of Liam's main strategies was when you get Chase or Lamb, being able to push those guys and get an alpha stack at a really cheap cost. So if you guys want to hear Liam expand on that, you can. The other thing about it, Liam, too, you look at Ferguson's ADP. It's at 84. That is tethered to the 7-8 turn. It's really hard to get the Lamb, Ferguson, Dak at a value right now. Like you could reach for it. Like you could pull up Ferguson into the middle of the 7th and then take Dak in the 8th. But to get it at value here is pretty unique.
Yeah, and it's nice where we already talked on we hit our wide receiver and running back and flex spot for each of those positions, and then we hit onesie that is stacked as well. Just like a real nutted start. And yeah, like you cannot game plan Ferguson go and pick 94. Will there be some teams that take Ferguson pick 75 and then Addison's there at 94? Sure, there will
Right.
be some teams
True.
like that, right? So it's like ultimately reaching like a full round like that is not too different of a bet sometimes, but it really depends. Like, just guys, when you notice your rooms, like when Derrick Henry goes in the second round and then Pacheco goes at the 2-3 turn, like these are rooms where you can start being like, okay, like Hopkins is going to be there at pick 100, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And that is the benefit of, even if you're saving some of your BBM bullets, you hop in the $3, hop in the poodles, the whatever, and get a feel, because those are really good at seeing how people are reacting to news in real time. And then I think what Liam's doing here is very smart of reverse engineering your draft. And I know that I said that before, but I think that is something that is always important to do. And I've been doing it a little bit more with my scroll the F down targets as well. Like, I know some of these guys I want to target late, and that's helping me break ties earlier in the draft. Whereas if you just flow through how you always do, you're sometimes pigeonholed into an autopilot mode where you can't take advantage of those new opportunities.
I think we're building the winner here, Pete.
All right.
I'm gonna fly up to Mass, or you can fly down to Florida for us to sweat the Week 17 finals. We can do a Liam and Pete vlog Week 17 when we finish dead last.
Yeah, just don't ask me to go play pickleball with you. All right, we are about to pick at 10-10. We got our quarterback and tight end. We are on the clock. Do we grab
I can't see the players. Okay. So Goddard makes a lot of sense and being
I'm just going to put him in the queue real quick. I don't see anything that makes sense running back wise for this team, and wide receivers are a pretty big reach.
Just take Goddard then. Take Goddard. Be done at tight end. I quite like building power Goddard teams, is what I like to call them, where it's just Goddard's your tight end too. Because Goddard to me there is a gap between Goddard and Schultz for me, who is like generally the next tight end. I hated his price last year in the 7th round, but in the 10th round, like, we get the contingent upside, we get the just run better on touchdowns. I think he's a talented player. So yeah, I like him on the Cowboys teams for sure.
And now we're playing this mega Week 17 Omega shootout. Cowboys Eagles go nuts, and we have definitely seen that happen before as well. So we got the 1-3-4-2 here. I don't see anything we'd be doing at quarterback. Let me go to running back and wide receiver here. Running back,
the wide receiver tab.
Polk, Gabe, Mike Dubb.
You want to go running back or wide out? What position do you want to
go? Let's go running back. You want to get Corum?
Corum or Gus? Yeah, Corum or Gus.
Let's do Corum on this team. I feel like Gus, when you have that, as I was calling it, projectile or projectable volume, need that like on a 0 RB squad. But when we have Etienne, Cook, Rachaad White, let's take a huge swing with Corum here.
Yeah, it makes sense to kind of like short Kyren Williams on this team too, where we're taking different talented running backs at similar enough cost, right? Like they're cheaper, so they can be paired with Kyren, but we already got the volume and we're just taking a huge upside swing. I think Gus makes sense too, where it's like, I don't know, how have you been playing the Chargers running backs? Because I always thought Kamani Vidal was an uncomfortable click, 6th round rookie who were just like, sure, pick 150. That seems kind of bold. Now it seems like he's on the roster bubble. I just cannot get behind J.K. Dobbins being this like full workload guy week 1 / the whole season, even though he's getting a lot of positive buzz. So that kind of just like leads me towards drafting Gus. What's your view though on the Chargers backup?
Yeah, I was always like super skeptical of Vidal, and that helped keep my price. I was just kind of even with the field there. The way I'm playing it right now is I'm trying to catch up on Dobbins, because I think a lot of what we're hearing is pretty encouraging. And basically how I'm thinking about it is that like Dobbins and Gus aren't that different of bets right now. And I know people could disagree with that. The market clearly does, but I would rather than just catch up on the cheaper of those two if I think that gap has narrowed.
It's so hard for me to click his name. Just, I don't know. I have to click his name sometimes because I think I literally have 0%, maybe like an auto drafted share here or there, but he was so cheap, and you know, you can just kind of hope that Chargers running back's not important. Week 17 also is like part of the fade thesis. Just like, well, hopefully this position group isn't who you need. If it is Dobbins, and then Gus hasn't fully been practicing yet either, you know. So, and then like you see the photo of J.K. Dobbins. Did you see the photo where it's like one calf?
Yes,
like,
the asymmetric muscle mass.
yeah, that's not a good look, man. Like I'll say that.
I know, but I don't really want. I want to be more in the business of like, what is the team telling us? How does he? You know, like I'm not going to try to fucking zoom in on his calf and then make a decision. That's not my expertise. But all of the reports are very encouraging there. I just think like for me, it's the Gus Edwards click that makes me feel uneasy because I think he's getting squeezed in both directions. Like if Dobbins is healthier than any of us could imagine, that's going to hurt Gus. If Vidal comes on late, like that's going to hurt Gus. And like the whole Gus selling point last year was Sun running touchdowns and in a really elite offense. Like this Chargers offense might be pitiful. And I know they want to run the ball, but you might just be getting 2.5 yards in a cloud of dust from Gus until someone else kind of takes the reins. So I just see a lot of ways the Gus pick goes wrong. I still take him in some 0 RB spots, but like this didn't seem like the spot we needed to take him. We are on the clock. We should probably consider wide receiver. I don't know if you have any love for like pure.
Let's just take Jalen Tolbert.
Oh my God. Okay, we are real. I think we can get him in the next pick. Do you want to
I
get
know
like
we can, but I rank him here. I'm pushing
Okay.
on ranking update today. Like, don't you think we should be taking Cowboys 3 over, you know, Giants 2, Patriots 3? You know, like that's like kind of what the market's doing right now.
So I don't necessarily disagree with you. It's just I think we could have both. And so like if we need to get wide receivers, we could just always take the higher ADP guy first because I don't think Tolbert was
this room. I just saw Josh Downs go. Like, okay, we could have gone Tolbert with our second pick, but ultimately, yes. I don't care if we miss out on Demario Douglas or Adam Thielen or Ricky Pearsall. Like, yeah, we're just going to take a different creative character name and hope it's that guy instead. Like, we're not losing any projection taking a guy who I am getting conviction on that I want exposure to, which is Tolbert.
So the other question here, do we just like take Stafford with Kupp to be done at quarterback and then not force a wide receiver selection?
Yeah, let's do that.
Because I'm trying to think we don't really have any other quarterback stuff. It would have to be backdoor stacks. I guess something with like Baker and Rashad White could work, but Stafford feels like our cleanest play.
Yeah, let's do Stafford. I didn't realize we didn't have a QB too. So yeah. And that's great. Like you're done at quarterback. Stafford's a very comfortable second quarterback with a semi-elite in Dak or fully elite, you know. You stack him up with Corum, you stack him up with Kupp. That's a game that most people are into as a shootout. And, you know, you could layer in a Dortch or Michael Wilson maybe later in the draft.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and I guess the only other, I still think Jalen Tolbert would be there at 166.
He would have been, Pete. I don't disagree with you. Like, he would have been. But what we're inherently doing is we are saying that a wide receiver at pick 166 will outscore a wide receiver that was picked at 147 week 17. Like, that's all we're doing here.
Yeah.
Like, I understand it feels bad, but the truth is there is going to be no projectionable, you know, no projection difference on a wide swath of these players. So like maybe we'll end up with Jordan Whittington instead. And like, he's just like Puka Nacua, you know, like
the way this draft is going, Whittington's going to be off the board by our next pick. I mean, I was just saying to Pat, I go in the draft we just did, I was like, yeah, I've been pulling Michael Wilson up to like the early 150s and he went 138.
He went 138 in this draft. That is what made me view like I would have been displeased if Tolbert was not there. And generally, I'm willing to play the market, but I would have been pretty upset if like we didn't get him at pick 166. And I think he had a chance of going 161, 162, 163.
Yeah. Sometimes I hear people say like overstacking or like, how do you expect to get there? Where is the line for you? So this team obviously has Dak, CD, Ferguson, and Tolbert. Is that about the tippity top of how many players you'd want to have from one team?
It always depends on how good the team is and how cheap the offense is. So like, I don't like going Tyreek, Etienne, Waddle. I just think that is what you're inherently doing by that is you're saying that no first or second round or third round player who is not Tyreek, Waddle, or Etienne outscores their corresponding player week 17. Like, it just seems really, really thin. But when you look at a team like the Packers, like, I will have some teams with all 4 Packers wide receivers because they're cheap enough. Or I think having a couple teams with Josh Allen, Curtis, Shakir, Coleman, Kincaid is fine, right? Like, I'm not trying to do every team like this. I think in general, skinny stacks is your 99 percentile outcome. So just quarterback, one pass catcher. But, week 17, we only need to beat 500 teams. We don't need to beat 670,000 teams. So it's okay to have a couple extra Cowboys and hope that they ping pong us way to the finals and one goes off week 17.
All right, here's the team so far. We got the 2 quarterbacks, 2 tight ends. So we have the big Dallas stack. We got Matthew Stafford. We got Etienne, James Cook, Rashad White, and Blake Corum at running back. Wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, Jordan Addison, and Jalen Tolbert. And our 2 tight ends, Jake Ferguson and Dallas Goedert. We definitely have room to play with one more running back spot, but should always keep an eye on these wide receivers. Where are you at on Rashad Bateman? Should we go down to like a Greg Dortch here?
I'd prefer Demarcus Robinson, even with the positive buzz on Whittington.
Yeah, I mean, I would almost rather just take Whittington, but I have no problem taking.
I'm okay taking them both.
All right.
Like, I think, I don't think we need a 5th running back, and if we do, we're taking them very late in the draft. And I think trying to get Robinson and Whittington is like pretty reasonable.
Yeah, the only reason I even say a 5th running back is because it's just wide receiver ADP is now equaling out a little bit because people have finally circled back to other positions. But generally, we'll just come across a point where we like the running back as the best pick.
The running backs I'm starting to prefer are pretty cheap. Just because it's like, okay, we've been taking maybe Bills RB2. And in this draft, maybe Jets RB2 went ahead of him, Braelon Allen, right?
Yeah.
And like Chiefs maybe RB2 is still out there. And like 49ers maybe RB. Like, there's so many maybe RB2s where it's really debatable like what order these players should be going in. Where the ADP means like nothing to me. I'm not into Bateman, but how are you feeling about it? You want?
I'd rather take Dortch just because we have.
Let's rip it. Let's rip it, Dortch.
I don't think
ADP. We're not even considering ADP anymore. We're just plucking the nuts out of the ether and inputting it on this roster to help us win week 17, Pete.
If you, this is a huge win for team. ADP doesn't matter. ADP is a social construct. Here are our reaches here. We took Jalen Tolbert at pick 142, 40 picks ahead of ADP. When we just took our short king, Greg Dortch, at pick 171, almost 30 picks ahead of ADP. We're living a little today, Liam.
I'll admit the Tolbert pick was a little out of pocket at that pick, but I'm also going to say, Pete, that the amount of casual fantasy football fans that have been tired of hearing about stacking and whatnot, they're gonna the subscriber numbers are gonna be off the charts. They're gonna be like, really love that you got your guy in the 12th round there.
Sorry guys,
definitely unique.
Well, here's the thing, and I did at the very beginning of the offseason, the first video I made on the Deposit Kingdom channel was the Scroll the F Down video, and I was looking at the historical data, and ADP does like objectively cease to matter around pick like 140 to 145. ADP up until that point is a good predictor of fantasy points. The market's generally good at ordering who's going to score the most points. When you get to that threshold, it falls off the cliff. And what that means is like a 18th round selection that's getting a lot of buzz that you have new information on is just as good of a pick or has just a similar probability to hit as that, 145 ADP. So yes, did we maybe push it a little too much with Tolbert knowing for a fact he would be there? But just conceptually, when you do get to this 13th round, you build the team that allows you to win this contest, getting your stacks, getting your bringbacks, all those other things you want to accomplish. And we do now have new information that makes some of these picks better picks than they were previously.
And to be clear, scroll up to the Tolbert selection because I would have taken Michael Wilson ahead of Tolbert. I would have
Yes.
taken Josh Downs ahead of Tolbert.
Yes.
I'm okay missing out on Adam Thielen, Ricky Pearsall, Demario Douglas, Jalen McMillan, who was also a reach, Wandale, and then Yoshi Voss, who was also a reach, right? So we had 2 reaches within that clump. So we're really just saying I'd rather have Jalen Tolbert on his team versus Ricky, Demario Douglas, Wandale, and Adam Thielen.
Yeah. And here's the team. Let me recap it so far. So we're up to 7 wide receivers. We got the 2-4-7-2, sitting cozy at quarterback, running back, and tight end. Dak and Stafford, Etienne, Cook, Rashad White, and Corum. Our tight ends, Ferguson and Goddard. Up to the 7 wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, Jordan Addison, Jalen Tolbert, Demarcus Robinson, and Greg Dortch here. We got 3 more picks.
And the thing is, we're still getting 9 wideouts on this team and 5 running backs. You know, like I think that's what we're doing here. And that is, you know, for a team that like might not even need a 5th wide receiver, like maybe our top 4 could just like if this was a managed league, you're sitting okay with a quad of CeeDee Lamb, Devonta Smith, Cooper Kupp, and Jordan Addison just like plugging into your starting spots. And then we have 5 other darts, you know?
Yep. The man, this is everyone's going to get there, guys. JJ McCarthy, baby, going at pick 16-6 in this draft room.
All right, I got a turn for us right here. I got a turn for us right here. First,
let me hear you cook.
Everyone knows the first one. We get Whittington. Get him in there.
Yes, I was gonna say he is not coming past JGFC.
No, he's not.
I'm telling you that.
He's not. You take him here. Who cares if he doesn't contribute? One of him or DeMarcus. 2-2 is the Toy Story gift. Throw him in the. We don't want to play with you anymore. It's no longer Short King Summer. And then
he's good.
Then we got one more position here.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, like if you've been drafting all season, it's hard to do that Tolbert click. But I'm telling you, I'm about to rank him there ahead of Douglas. And like, if you just think about what the bet you're making is, which is like Cowboys breakout versus Patriots breakout, like, come on now.
All right, yeah, we have
no. I wanted Jordan Mason as our 5th running back.
Yeah, Jordan Mason is an awesome click right now. You can't slip anything past these guys. I do have a wide receiver name to throw out you when we're on. Or did he just go? No, I think we're still good. He's here.
Do you think he'll be there in the next round? Or should we take a run? No? Okay, I'll
just float it and you can get. So I was going to say, we have everything set up for week 16 and week 17 bringbacks on our Giga Stacks, other than a Jets piece, and Malachi Corley is here.
I have a lot of Malachi Corley. I'm a little bit worried it's a 0, but like he did start in the preseason. I've kind of said he is like the Jets shot at landing Rashee Rice. You know, he's not going to be like as fast, but he's a yak guy is the point. I have an article coming out that's just like market, you know, like the logical market. And Corley is going to be highlighted there because Malachi Corley was the first pick of the 3rd round, and he goes in the 17th/18th round. Adonai Mitchell was taken like 6 spots ahead of him in the real NFL draft, and his ADP was like 120 for most of the season. So we think the Jets will throw for more touchdowns or more yards as well. It's just a shot at landing number 2 for the Jets. Who cares if he's a 0 at his cost? You know, like not great if he's a 0, but I think he makes a lot of sense on this team.
Yeah, I like it a lot too. Also, just a little value hound there. You know, 8 picks past ADP. No, so listen to this. So we now have this Dak Giga Stack with CD, Ferguson, and Tolbert. We have a double bring back in week 17 with Goddard and Devontae Smith. In week 16, we got Rashad White opposite this. For Los Angeles, week 17, we got this big stack, Robinson, Whittington, Kupp, Corum, with a Greg Dortch, Short King bring back. And then in week 16, you got the Malachi Corley. This is a playoff correlation masterclass here. And I do like when you make the super big team bet, like we have with Dallas and Los Angeles, like we need their games to hit. And so the week 16 correlations, I do think even bubble up in importance even more when you're kind of overstacking. So I love how this is shaking out.
And I think it it even makes a 2 QB build even better because we're betting so heavy on the team. No need for a third quarterback. Like we're living and dying by Dallas and Rams as passing the games. And then like their week 17 games are two of the games most likely to be a shootout. I think actually the two, which is Eagles versus Cowboys and Rams versus Cardinals. Like those are the two games I would choose as like these games will have a 50 over under.
Yeah. Dallas gets us there in week 16 in the Dome at home versus that Tampa Bay secondary. And then we get the Stafford Kyler Dome game week 17. I can already see it in my mind.
Like the Goddard pick, like Goddard has a 30-point week 16. Like he can, like when you take another swing at an elite tight end and they have a spike, which Goddard did in the playoffs at one point, you know, like those are the type of players that push all of these teams forward in your pod.
Liam,
right,
I just got to make a little. We're close to hitting 1,000 people watching live right now, which is incredible. I believe even shattering the previous live concurrent on here. So thank you everyone for tuning in live. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Liam's YouTube channel as well. Chess Liam streaming all kinds of drafts over there. Very fun content. And my former chess coach, if you guys want to go back in the archives here, you can watch me and Liam back before Liam became a best ball millionaire. Just drafting teams and talking chess. Those are our humble.
I won a chess tournament yesterday. I played a quad and won 2 games and drew.
Wow.
So still keeping up with the chess. But 1,000's unreal, man. I've never seen anything like that. 1,000 live. It's we're here. All right, click the running back tab. It's time for us let's find our who was the guy that propelled you guys that year? The Sony Michel. I think Tank Bigsby is like a safe, fine click. Let's spitball here. Tank
let me just get him in the queue.
Daenerys Prince is the big swing upside, a little concerning preseason usage. I think Madison is actually unfortunately ahead of Loud. Keaton Mitchell choose Keaton Mitchell if you can get him in there.
Sorry. It was just at the last second.
The reason why I like Keaton a lot for the team structure that we built with is we do not need any running back production, to start the season at all. And I'm confident that Keaton will return and give us big games. I just don't know. Is that coming in October? Is that coming in November? It's like there's really no info on that. But I kind of like him as like a fifth guy in rooms like this. But Tank is solid too.
Yes, we had so much momentum, people loving our giga stacking, and then we took Tank. Views are plummeting. This team, Leah, it's the kind of only team that we can draft together.
Handcuffed Etienne. I didn't even realize it.
I thought that's what you knew we were doing at 214
on purpose. When Tank is hitting the lineup week 17, cut that part out and said
I knew what we were doing. Where it's like Etienne gets you there and gets hurt because people remember this conversation used to always happen with like Dalvin Cook and Madison, and it was like you take them together and then Dalvin Cook gets hurt as a league winner and then his backup come and carries you as the low owned unique piece. I will just say running back was absolutely wiped there regardless. But yes, we did handcucking. We've broken a lot of rules in this draft, Liam. We are living on the wild side.
I still like the team though. It's like if Etienne, Cook, and White have good seasons, this team is advancing, period. As long as our quarterbacks are like playing. We have 2 shots at elite quarterback production. We have 2 shots at elite tight end production. And then, you have like the probably wide receiver 1 in Lamb, who's just in your lineup every week, and 8 other great shots, including like 3 other elite wide receivers. So I like it. We may have broken rules, but I think we build a team that can win money, which is the objective.
That's what I like to hear. Let me, for the audio listeners, give the full rundown here. Dak and Stafford, Etienne, James Cook, Rashad White, Blake Corum, Tank Bigsby, the 5 running backs, CeeDee Lamb, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, Jordan Addison, Jalen Tolbert, Demarcus Robinson, Greg Dortch, Jordan Whittington, Malachi Corley, tight end Jake Ferguson, and Dallas Goedert. One thing I sometimes think about with the kind of like the big giga stacks, like these, like if we hit on like the Rams and Dallas being awesome, like this team, like this kind of drafting style really boosts your advance rate stuff, right? Where it's just like you're getting these points every week, like not hard to see this team finishing, top 2. And then where it kind of swings back is then you're like, okay, but now you are heavily reliant on these 2 teams. They have to go nuts in the playoffs. And that's where I think swinging into the week 16 and week 17 correlation is your way of saying like, hey, I realize that a lot is on these 2 teams' back to get us there, but we're at least going to plan for scenarios where that can happen.
And I like our week 17 matchups where it's like Etienne against the Titans. That's another shootout game to me. White against the Panthers. That is just like a white game. Cook against the Jets is not like the best game in the world, but maybe the Jets defense is worse. Corum against the Cardinals. If he's starting, that's a smash. Tank Bigsby, great vibes guy. They've been really, really pushing the tank buzz where like I generally, when a player's been bad, I'm like, I need to see it, but you have to mix Tank Bigsby in after like the amount of positive buzz he's got. And he played the preseason and he wasn't terrible, which is a upgrade. And so, I like the team a lot. It's just where we really got different was compared to most sharper drafters. We took a bunch of running backs in the middle rounds. And then, of course, we reached on our back 5 wide receivers, where we created a unique combo of Tolbert, Robinson, Dortch, Whittington, and Corley. And what's even better about that is we game stacked those guys. So not only did we reach, but we're saying not only are we right, but like hopefully we are super right, and we're winning BBM 5 because of it.
Yeah, and the thing, like going back to where the spots that didn't feel great, right, just were the having to pull up Addison and having to pull up Tolbert. So if you go through the like 2v2, so it's like saying like, okay, yes, would Christian Watson and Michael Wilson at these picks make this team feel a little bit better? Yeah. But it's also like such a marginal like 2v2 there relative to the thesis of this team of Dak and this offense going nuclear. I guess on the Tolbert thing, obviously you're bullish on him. Are you leaving a candle on for any other Cowboys wide receiver to basically jump Brandon Cooks? Do you have like a scroll the F down special deep in that wide receiver room?
So, I actually was not like, I don't have enough Tolbert is part of the reason why I'm okay.
You're about to have a lot, buddy, if you're taking him here.
No, and like he's a guy who I would mix in at pick 140, but in general, when I notice a guy's ADP is 180, I'm generally going to try to get him at the ADP. But like I do this sometimes. I don't do it always, right? But I think the guys I wrote about early in the season were Jalen Brooks and Ryan Flournoy. It seems like Ryan Flournoy might not even make the team, is what I'm kind of reading through the tea leaves. So Jalen Brooks, I think, has a special teams role, will make the team. So yeah, I don't think it's like maybe Cooks loses a step. Maybe Tolbert's actually not that good. But I don't really I don't know. It's probably they mentioned the third guy. A Cowboys beat mentioned the third guy. I can't remember his name right now, but I'm not drafting any of those players right now.
Yeah. It was Brooks had a big play yesterday. I think I'm paying attention to that wide receiver room with like Flournoy and Brooks and Turpin. Like I think there's room.
Yeah. He mentioned
a big surprise there. Yeah.
What he mentioned Turpin's name, some beat did ahead of Tolbert, which I think it was just like random, but maybe noteworthy. So I don't know. Maybe Tolbert's a 0, man. But right now it seems like he could be valuable. And Brandon Cooks, Brandon Cooks could lose a step or two any moment,
Yes. All right. I'm dropping Liam's link in the chat here. So you guys go and subscribe to my man, Chess Liam. What, you got anything on tap for your streaming schedule coming up?
I'm gonna update my rankings here after this. Given redraft rankings for the first time, people have been asking for the redraft rankings, so gonna alter the rankings for the redraft people, and then I'll have a stream later tonight.
Yep, and Liam also has his site, beatbestball.com. I'll drop a link in here if you want to get Liam's been doing some articles, how to treat risers, fallers, and some other kind of game theory elements here. Any upcoming content plans for beatbestball.com?
Gonna get the rankings updated. I think the next article I'm gonna write is just like the illogical market, and I'm gonna point out some things that don't seem that logical to me. Which are generally like, these are not player takes, right? These are not like these are the correct players to have. This is just like this, like Will Shipley was an example of the market being illogical to me, where Will Shipley was drafted ahead of a lot of players that we take. Like he was drafted ahead of Kamani Vidal. He was drafted ahead of Bucky Irving, so he got some buzz. It seemed good, but he still could be behind Gainwell, like,
Yeah.
I don't know. How you feeling, Pete? We got about a month left. Seems like you're at a healthy 112 BBMs. So
that was 111. Yep.
Are you cruise controlling now, or are you still feeling the sweat? Are you going to get in some marathons or
I think
what?
if I pile into something at the last minute, it's definitely going to be the sprint. I like that contest a lot. It also doesn't require a huge like shift. And if you've been in Best Ball Mania brain to sprint brain, just some very small tweaks there. But yeah, we shall see. I am hoping to do a little bit more of like the mid or higher stakes draft. I'll probably hop in a couple of big dogs near the end too, like when we get, max information. But yeah, I'm on pace to cleanly max BBM, and I want to keep some room available for, hey, let's pile into the sprint because there's a ton of overlay. Let's, hop in a couple high stakes drafts. Maybe they drop, like I want them to drop the what was it, like the Chow Chow last year, like the $50 10 max. Like I would love
that was their Bulldog, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, so I'm hoping we get that. I do know I talked to Hope on Best Ball After Dark on Saturday night, and I know if anyone like myself is hoping for more of those, say, mid stakes, 5-10 max contests, we got to get the sprint rate, filled up, because they want to make sure that's getting there. So yeah, I think the sprint is probably in my future. What about you?
I have like 40 or so marathons. I might try to max that one, or at least get 100 in. Like, a big question for me is, what is the overlay going to be on some of these? So like, because right now, like, what does it show when you pull up the marathon? I think the marathon is only like 25% filled or somewhat. But
Yeah.
my question is once BBM 5 fills, which is a $25 draft, I have a feeling the marathon will start getting a bunch of entrants, which is a $15 draft, because it will be like one of the only options left. But I just don't know, because like, obviously there's other sites out there which are overlaying too. So I think it's a major question of how full do some of these contests get across the industry.
Yeah, the marathon is at 27.9. I completely agree with your thesis. That's why weekly winners filled so fast, because the $10 price point was really attractive opposite of the 25. So I agree, those people will head to the marathon next, but the sprint's the one that's only at 23.8. So I think if you are looking for an overlay opportunity, the sprint is where it's going to be at that price point. There's still the marathon as like cover for where people are going to gravitate to next. So yeah. I know the 50 is a little high, but like if you were debating like where to spend like 2 bullets versus 8 bullets somewhere else, I know drafting is fun, like getting to do those, but I think the sprint could be a really nice opportunity as far as an overlay perspective.
Yeah, it's weird with the $50 price point, because in one hand, I would say it's more likely to overlay. It's just a higher buy-in. On the other hand, if enough people chase overlay, it's simply a smaller contest, so it can fill a percentage quicker. But like,
that's true.
I think it will. Like, if I had to guess, I think both the marathon and the sprint would overlay. And for anyone who's trying to like maximize their EV, overlay is something you should be hunting. So I'd be keeping your eye on those underdog contests.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Yeah, just like keeping some powder on the side, keeping some time available in those final. Like I'm envisioning, there's a chance, Best Ball Breakfast, I was saying like there's going to probably only be like 2 more Best Ball Mania, Best Ball Breakfast this Monday and next Monday. And then after Labor Day, I'll probably do one more show. I'll probably be streaming sprint drafts then, because Best Ball Mania will probably be filled, but we will see how that goes.
What's your pick your date? Football starts on September 5th. What date do you think BBM 5 fills?
So I will say right now, and this is just complete. I know there's people who post like fill rate thing. I have not looked at anything. This is just bro science.
What is the fill rate for BBM 5 today? Let me pull that up.
Yeah, it is at Best Ball Mania 5 is at 66.3%. I
Okay.
am going to make my official prediction that Best Ball Mania 5 will fill on Friday, August 30th.
August 30th. I think that's a good, yeah, like a solid, almost a week ahead, 6 days before the season starts. I think
Yeah.
that's a fair date.
And then we'll head into Labor Day weekend, and everyone will pivot over to those other contests.
And would you put it at 100% chance it fills?
BBM?
BBM.
Yes, I would wager whatever amount on that.
Yeah, I think it is too. Because I pulled it at 50%. Let's just before we get out of here, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. It was 50% filled on. You know what? It's not easy to look up tweets.
We got to get out of here, Liam. If you don't got,
let's get out of here. Thanks for having me, Pete. It was fun.
No, I appreciate you. Like I said, this was just a ton of new people watching live. You know, for the OGs were here at the beginning of the summer, 300, 400, 500 concurrents, almost doubled that today. So we will be back here every Monday. And like I said, if you guys are new around here, if this everything is intimidating, I definitely recommend heading over to the Deposit Kingdom channel. I have draft videos like the one I mentioned with Liam and lots of evergreen strategy videos. And we'll also have all kinds of stuff going on. Fantasy Life, I write a lot more about the home leagues over there, and I'm writing the daily newsletter there as well. So make sure you guys are subscribed to Fantasy Life. It's going to be a fast finish for Liam, for Pat, for Shawn, for producers, Mark, for bestball.com. You guys are the best. We'll see you next time on